Thank you. Thank you for joining us on May 21st. For today's meeting, we will have 2 Community Facility District Board meetings before the main formal council meeting. The budget vote will be nearer to the end of the meeting. I'll now call to order the Park Central Community Facilities District Board of Directors meeting. Will the clerk call the roll?
Board Member Conlon. Board Member Conlon.
Here.
Thank you. Board Member Gervais.
Here.
Board Member Guardado. Board Member Hernandez. Here. Board Member Hodge Washington.
Here.
Board Member Pastor.
Here.
Board Member Robinson.
Here.
Board Member Stark.
Here.
Board Member Waring. Vice Chair O'Brien.
Here.
Chairwoman Gallego.
Here. Items 3 and 4 are meeting minutes. Board Member Conlon, do you have a motion on items 3 and 4?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the district board meeting minutes for May and June, and a second. Roll call.
Conlon.
Yes.
Gervais.
Yes.
Guardado. Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 10-0.
Item 5 is a public hearing on the proposed district budget for fiscal year 25-26 and the proposed 5-year financial plan for the district. I will open the legally required public hearing. We do not have any members to comment. We'll close the public hearing on the Community Facilities District. The next is item 6, which adopts the fiscal year budget for 25-26 and the final 5-year financial plan for the district. Board Member Conlon, do you have a motion?
So moved, please.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the budget resolution PC 22. Does anyone have any comments? Roll call.
Conlon.
Yes.
Gervais.
Yes.
Guardado. Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark. Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 10-0.
Mayor, point of order, please. I asked fire to make sure we're not exceeding capacity on this floor. It's the old building official on my hat. I think maybe if some of the staff could go downstairs, that might help. And Chief, I may be wrong, but it looks like we're exceeding capacity up here. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure everyone
Thank
stays
you,
safe.
always safety conscious. We next go to the Verdun Community Facilities District Board of Directors meeting. I'll call that to order. Will the clerk call, thank you to board members Gervais and Conlon for joining us for the Park Central Community Facilities District. We'll now go to the Verdun Community Facilities District. Will the clerk call the roll for the Verdun Community Facilities District Board?
Board Member Guardado. Board Member Hernandez.
Here.
Board Member Hodge Washington.
Present.
Board Member Pastor.
Here.
Board Member Robinson.
Here.
Board Member Stark.
Here.
Board Member Waring. Vice Chair O'Brien.
Yes. Here.
Chairwoman Gallego.
Here. Items 3 to 8 are related to the meeting minutes. Vice Chair O'Brien, do you have a motion?
Mayor, I move to approve the district board meeting minutes for October 2023 and February, March, June, and July 2024.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Guardado. Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Item 9 is the public hearing on the proposed district budget for fiscal year 25-26 for the district. We'll open the public hearing. We do not have anyone to testify. We will close the public hearing. Vice Mayor, do you have a motion on Resolution 7?
I move to approve Resolutions B7.
Second.
Resolution 7 adopts and approves the final district budget for fiscal year 25-26. Roll call.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson. Yes. Stark. Yes. Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Item 11 is the public hearing on the proposed tax levy for fiscal year 25-26. We will open the public hearing. We do not have anyone here to testify. We will close the public hearing and go to resolution Verdin 8. Vice Mayor, do you have a motion?
I move to approve Resolution Verdin 8.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any comments? Roll call.
Guardado. Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark. Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
We will now adjourn the Community Facilities District Board meeting for Verdin Community Facilities District, and we will now turn to Police Chaplain Lebratov, Rabbi Lebratov, for the invocation. Rabbi, thank you for joining us.
Please join me in prayer. Almighty God, in just over a week, we will read about your appearance on Mount Sinai with the Jewish holiday of Shavuot, the Festival of Weeks. You gave Moses 2 stone tablets on which you had written the 10 Commandments and instructed him to place them not on display, but within the ark, hidden in the inner sanctum of the temple, a place entered only by the high priest and only once a year. Perhaps this teaches us that when we go out to improve a rough and unfinished world, we must guard our most sacred values in a quiet, protected place within ourselves, so that they remain unshaken and uncorrupted by the world around us. As we approach Memorial Day, we are reminded of those who carried such sacred values into the world, not just privately, but with profound courage and public sacrifice. The men and women of our armed forces gave their lives in defense of freedom, justice, and the ideals this nation strives to uphold. Their actions teach us that values are not just meant to be preserved. They are meant to guide our decisions, even when it costs everything. Almighty God, may we honor their memory not only with words, but by living our lives with principle and purpose. Bless the families of the fallen with comfort, bless our veterans with healing and strength, and bless this nation with unity, humility, and resolve. Almighty God, the members of this city council were each called to public service by their sincere convictions. Help them find and maintain a holy private place within their souls where these values can be kept, a place untouched by external pressures where they will remain untarnished, a place that will allow our mayor and council members to disagree without being disagreeable, to debate without becoming debased, and to compromise without becoming compromised. Lastly, grant them peace of mind so they can connect with this holy place to refocus and re-energize for service to their constituents in our great city. And let us say, Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi. Councilman Waring, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. I'll now call to order the formal meeting of the Phoenix City Council. Will the clerk call the roll?
Councilwoman Guardado. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Present.
Councilwoman Hodge Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Pastor.
Present.
Councilman Robinson.
Here.
Councilwoman Stark.
Here.
Councilman Waring. Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Here.
Mayor Gallego.
Here. Mario Barajas and Carmen Cota are here with us today to provide Spanish interpretation. Welcome, Oscar, as well. Mario, would you introduce your team?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Good afternoon. Once again, my name is Mario Barajas. I have a team today that consists of Carmen Cota and Oscar. I'd like to inform you that I'm going to be speaking a few words to our Spanish speakers just so that we can make it easy for our interpreters in the whole process here. Muy buenas tardes, yo me llamo Mario Barajas. Yo voy a servir como uno de los intérpretes a los de habla hispana. Quisiera informarles de que junto con mi equipo está Carmen Colta y Oscar Monroy. Nos van a estar ayudando con la interpretación. Sin embargo, quisiera repasar un par de pautas y les encomiamos a que lo puedan seguir. Primeramente, si es que van a dar un comentario público, por favor, hable claramente con suficiente volumen para que de esa manera podamos entender lo que esté diciendo. Y segundo, como quizá ya saben, pueden decir todo su comentario corrido sin tener que hacer pausas. Así de esa manera pueden ustedes decirlo todo y se les pueda entender mejor lo que están diciendo. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Will the city clerk read the 24-hour paragraph?
The titles of the following ordinance and resolution numbers on the agenda were available to the public at least 24 hours prior to this council meeting and therefore may be read by title or agenda item only. Ordinances number G 7388 through 7389, S 51728, 51895 through 51953, and 51955 through 51957, and resolutions 22302 through 22305.
Thank you so much. Will the city attorney explain the role of public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Members of the public may speak for up to 2 minutes to comment on agenda items. Comments must be related to the agenda item and the action being considered by the council. General comments that go beyond the scope of the agenda item must be made at the citizen comment session at the end of the agenda. The City Council and staff cannot discuss or comment on matters related to pending investigations, claims, or litigation. Additionally, any member of the public who appears before council in their capacity as a lobbyist must, as required by Phoenix City Code, disclose this fact before addressing council. The City Code requires speakers to present their comments in a respectful and courteous manner. Profane language, threats, or personal attacks on members of the public, council members, or staff are not allowed. A person who violates these rules will lose the opportunity to continue to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll begin with boards and commission nominations. Vice Mayor, do you have a motion?
I move to approve mayor and city council boards and commissions nominations.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We will now conduct a swearing-in ceremony for our new commissioners. Please raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the office of. Now please state your office. According to the best of my ability. So help me God. Thank you for your service to the city of Phoenix. Thank you to our new commissioners for their service to the city of Phoenix. We will now go to the liquor license portion of our agenda. The city of Phoenix provides an advisory role to the state of Arizona on liquor licenses. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
I move to approve items 2 through 18, noting that item 2 is as corrected.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Passes unanimously. City Clerk, are we ready for ordinances, resolutions, new business planning and zoning?
Yes, Mayor.
Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
I move to approve items 19 through 108, except the following. Items 36, 37, 43, 52, 61, 88, and 106 through 108, noting that item 63 is withdrawn. And can the clerk confirm if there are any other items that should be excluded for in-person public comment?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, no other items to exclude.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor. Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Vice Mayor, do we have a motion to the form and order of the meeting?
Yes, Mayor. I move to suspend the rules to take item 37 out of order to be heard right before item 106.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any comments? This will be a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Passes unanimously. We turn to item 36, which is the ground lease agreement for Yucca Library. I'll turn to Councilwoman Pastor for comments and/or a motion.
Hold on, Mayor. Actually, can we have a understanding of what's happening at Yucca?
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Pastor, Aaron is coming to give you that information at this time.
Thank you. Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Pastor. We received funding in the last go-bond to increase the size of the library at Yucca. And we do rent the land that that library is on. So we need to extend that lease agreement to make it so that we have enough land in order to do the extension. So this, pardon me, this part of the agenda would be approval of that lease agreement extension so that we can use that funding to expand Yucca Library.
Thank you. The reason why I wanted to have this discussion about Yucca Library is that our constituents did pass the bond to expand Yucca Library. And the reason why we're extending the lease is because of the expansion. And am I correct?
That's correct.
And one of the issues and why I brought it to the forefront was because Yucca Library is a piece of land that we lease. We don't own that library.
We own the building. We do not own the land, correct?
So at any moment, that lease, if Kimco decides, you know what, this property, we're going to sell this property, they have the ability to sell it and they have ability to give us a notice of removal.
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Pastor, yes, that's correct. So either party could determine at any time that they would want to terminate the lease. There's a procedure by which we would go through that.
And what happens to the building?
The building would then end up with Kimco. So that building would end up with Kimco.
So we have doing an expansion of the building that right now is with taxpayers' dollars. And if something happens with the lease, then the building goes to the owner of the land. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The reason why I brought it to the forefront is because we have 19th Avenue in Montebello that is in the process of going to FTA to be able to use that land in the future for an RFP. And that land is just on the opposite side from 15th Avenue, it's on 19th Avenue. And for me, I think it's in our best interest to be able to use that land as we will write an RFP, very similar to the Columbus piece of property, to carve out or have a space for a new library. And I think that's really, in the long term, the best interest for the city. Because the library is on city land, and it's also our building that will be built. And so that was my interest in this property. My motion is to accept staff's recommendation with the stipulation of, in the future, if the property on 19th Avenue in Montebello does go up for an RFP for a space within that property to be looked at or carved out for a city library. If a city library is built on 19th Avenue in Montebello, then the land the lease that is on 15th Avenue in Montebello, we could repurpose that building and use it possibly for a heat, respite, or anything else. That is my motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional comments? Roll call.
Guardado. Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Item 43 is related to bicycles, parts, and accessories, including repair and maintenance services contract. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
I move to approve item 43.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have one public speaker, Annie Eldon.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful. Okay, I wasn't clear if I was supposed to speak up, say no or yes to the speaking up, but I just wanted to speak about my approval of this, to support it, and I hope it will pass. Yeah, my name is Annie Eldon. I am a member of CHISPA and also a member of Phoenix Spokespeople. And I just support anything with bicycles in the city that we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call.
Guardado. Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring. O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Item 52 is related to Gila River Indian Community 2025 gaming grants. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
Yes, ma'am. I move to approve item 52.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. This is a partnership with the Gila River Indian Community where they provide support to city programs as well as to nonprofits in our community that are funded through gaming. There's a wide variety of important programs in this, including funding for individuals who are at risk of or experiencing homelessness, behavioral health engagement, food access, City of Phoenix, Veterans Court, and more. On this one, we note that Councilman Waring will not be participating in the vote. Comments? Roll call.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Item 61 is an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Arizona to utilize the Pyramid Model Implementation Data System. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
I move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second, noting that Councilman Waring will not be participating. Roll call.
Guardado. Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Item 88 is related to speed limits. Will the city clerk read the title?
Item 88 is ordinance G 7389, an ordinance amending Chapter 36, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 12, Section 36-158, Schedule 1 of the Phoenix City Code relating to local speed limits at 15 locations.
Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
I move to approve item 88.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Roll call.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Hodge Washington,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring, O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
We next go to item 37, which is our council budget decision. Want to thank our city manager, our budget director, and the hardworking budget and research team, as well as the leaders of our department and offices across the city for your careful stewardship of resources. This is part of a long ongoing process, including meetings throughout the city of Phoenix. It has been a tumultuous budget time due to federal and state actions, but the city of Phoenix is charting a steady and pragmatic course. While this budget contains adjustments to ensure we're able to set aside reserves for the future, it also sustains essential services and delivers wins across all areas of our city. It reflects the council's promise to reduce fire response times with the addition of nearly $25 million in new resources for our fire department. It increases general fund support for our Office of Homeless Solutions, establishes the Housing Trust Fund, seeded with nearly $2 million currently available through American Rescue Plan Act interest and supported with future interest earnings, continued critical investment in heat relief efforts, landmark investments such as Innovation 27, and maintains the parks and library programming that Phoenicians know and love. Vice Mayor, do you have a motion and or comments?
Yes, Mayor. I would like to make a few comments. First, again, reiterate my thanks for our city manager, our budget director, and all the staff in every department that worked diligently on this budget. It has been a tumultuous couple of years leading up to this, and so I know that reducing budgets has been difficult for our departments, but I'm thankful for their efforts to do that. This budget, as Mayor said, does protect services for our citizens, the essential services, including the parks and libraries and public safety, as well as our Office of Homeless Solutions, and particularly our community assistance program, which sends folks out when that is more appropriate than our police officers. So I'm very thankful for all the hard work, and I am proud to support this budget. And with that, I move to approve item 37.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilwoman Hodge Washington.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to also share some preliminary comments. I want to thank the city manager, Jeff Barton, and the entire budget and research department for their work in bringing forward a balanced budget in a year that has not been easy. We are having to make hard choices to keep our commitments because of decisions on the state and federal level that have taken revenue out of the hands of cities. But this budget reflects this reality. However, I'm very proud that we are investing in things our residents count on. I'm especially proud that we are more than doubling the balance of the Housing Trust Fund, an effort I've been advocating from the beginning. This is a major win for housing affordability in Phoenix, and it gives us a stronger foundation from which to respond to the housing needs of today while preparing for the federal changes that could impact our future funding. We are also protecting the future of access to counsel so that families facing eviction are not left to do that, to navigate the legal system alone. In District 8, this budget continues our commitment to the gated alley program, sidewalk safety improvement, and expanding our heat relief efforts. We are also adding new firefighters and new equipment to improve response times. It also includes investments in our parks and shelter services that directly serve our community. I want to specifically thank every resident who gave feedback at hearings or emailed the city. You helped shape this budget, and I will keep pushing for the resources our residents need, especially if neighborhoods that have gone too long without. I also want to Sorry, apologies. I also want to say thank you again specifically to those that attended the budget hearings, and especially the efforts led by our budget director, Amber Williamson. Thank you for the diligence in this. I know it was not easy, as we had to navigate quite a number of changes from our federal and state partners. So thank you, Mayor. Again, I'm excited to see the Housing Trust Fund be funded, and we have another tool in our toolkit in which to address housing affordability here in Phoenix. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilwoman Stark and then Councilman Waring.
Thank you. I too want to thank staff, especially Jeff and Amber. I know you are experts when it comes to the budget, but I know all the departments made some sacrifices, but the good news is our programs and projects stay in place, and so I'm very grateful for that. I will tell you, when I was on staff, it was during the Great Recession, and we had to make some dire cuts. And that included employees taking furlough days and losing some benefits. And so I am very happy that we were able to keep what we returned back to our staff intact. They deserve it. They're hardworking, and I'm glad they don't need to make that sacrifice again. I too am very happy about the Housing Trust Fund. Very excited that's going to happen. There's so much positive in this budget. It was tough because revenues were taken from us. You were very thoughtful, and I thank every department for stepping up and looking at what you do and how you could help us get through this. Again, I am especially proud of our staff for the good work they did. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Waring.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't always vote for city budgets, at least not since I've been on. I don't know why you guys got to laugh. Since I've been on the council, I voted against my share, so I understand why people look at the document and say it's not exactly what I'd like to see. There's things in this budget that I don't particularly care for. There are things that have been added over the last, I would say, decade or so that I didn't think were core city services or were as important as our core functions, for example, police and fire. This budget, though, in tough times, I think, attempts to hire more police officers. We got outstanding news from the Justice Department today. The misguided and wrong Justice Department investigation is now over. I'm hoping that'll make it easier to hire a chief and, frankly, to hire more officers. But this budget also adds badly needed firefighters. And those are really the two most important things, I think, that citizens associate with the city. There's parks, absolutely. Aaron was just talking about our libraries. Those are absolutely of paramount importance. Obviously, fixing streets and just frankly cleaning up the sides of the streets and how the city presents. Sometimes we deviate into things like basketball stadiums and other things that maybe I thought weren't as necessary as police and fire. But I think this budget is focusing on the basics. We're not adding things that I might argue shouldn't be there or shouldn't be added. To the extent that there's new spending, it's on firefighters for the most part. And I appreciate and applaud that. So voting against this budget would be voting against that, and that's not what I want to do. So I appreciate Jeff. Whether I vote for the budgets or not, I always appreciate yours, Lori's, and Amber's work on this. I know it's a Herculean task. I know there were issues at the state that caused a revenue shortfall that is not necessarily this council's making. There might have been other ways to address it than some of the things that we did, but regardless, I do think the focus is in the right place on police and fire. Some people may take issue with that, but I would argue that's exactly what we should be doing, trying to protect our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilman Robinson.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, during his invocation, Rabbi Levitrov, he used two words that kind of stuck with me, and I think it's a reflection or an indication of the work that went into this budget. He said there was a sincere commitment on the part of, he was talking about the council and everyone involved with city government, obviously. But, you know, those two words, sincere commitment, is what I think is a clear reflection on what went into this budget. A lot has already been said, so I don't want to repeat a lot of it, but it is, it's really important that folks understand that the city of Phoenix makes a commitment to listen to the residents. And through our budget meetings and all the meetings that we all have up here with our constituents, we do just that. And as Councilman Waring was just saying, we're paying attention to the things that we can pay attention to. We are getting out in front on as many things as we possibly can within limits. But I want to add my thanks to the staff, Amber Williamson and her staff, city management and all my colleagues here on the dais, because there's a lot that goes into the decision-making on what goes into the budget. Great deal of work, a great deal of listening, you name it, it takes place in order for us to arrive at what is a workable budget. So with all that, clearly it's a budget that I want to support. It's a budget that I think does what it needs to do for us at this time based on the parameters we have or that we're faced with. But everyone has done a terrific job, city staff, and I don't want to forget all of you residents who participated in our budget process. It's sincere commitment on all of your parts, and I think that's what makes it work, and that's what makes the city, as the mayor said yesterday in her address, you know, such a great city. So Mayor, thank you for the time, and thanks staff and everyone, all residents involved in this budget. It's truly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me move this up a little bit. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to start by thanking the staff and City Manager Jeff Barton. Amber, your team has been great the last few weeks, meeting with the D7 team. You have reviewed the budget with us, asked our very many questions, and just have a couple follow-up questions. First for you, Jeff, and then I also have one question for parks, libraries, arts and culture, housing, and police. Jeff, I'd just like to clarify a few things publicly. First, for the record, my first question is, if the potential recession and Trump cuts to grant and city programs hit during this fiscal year of 25-26, and we have to adjust the budget during the year, what are some of the ways that we as council may have to act to prevent the city from going off a financial cliff?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Hernandez, that's a great question. You know, we as a council, you are required, unlike the federal government, who you just referenced, we're required to balance our budget. The feds are not. They can deficit spend. So when you're talking about our balanced budget, you're talking about resources and expenditures. That's the simplicity of our equation. So our revenues and our resources have to equal what our expenditures going out are. And so in this situation, if we were to encounter some problems as a result of a recession or a fiscal cliff or anything like that, we would either need to reduce expenditures or increase revenues. And so the ways in which we would typically go about that is a mid-year adjustment to the budget, especially if it's really bad, if it can't wait until we're actually working on the upcoming 25-26 or 26-27 process. We would look to identify reductions that could be taken in our departments. Typically in October, November timeframe of every year, we ask every department to identify a portion of their budget for reduction anyway as part of our zero-based budget process. So we would, use that process to the extent that we could. We would also look at the opportunities for exploring revenue increases. However, I will tell you that there really aren't that many options at council's disposal when it comes to increasing revenues.
Thank you, Jeff. My next question, I want to pivot to the police budget a bit. The proposed budget allocates just over $20 million for sworn police overtime. However, I noticed that for the past 2 fiscal years, the police department has gone over budget by roughly $33 million in fiscal year 23-24 and roughly $21 million in fiscal year 24-25. Why is there a vast discrepancy in the actuals versus what was budgeted?
Sure, Councilwoman Hernandez, Mayor, members of council, another great question. So as we've talked about, I want to say since October of 2010, our police department has struggled to fill their positions that they're authorized to fill from a budgetary perspective. We've been chasing the number of 3,125 filled sworn positions since April of 2015 or March of 2015. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to keep pace. So as a result of that, PD has minimum staffing requirements. And I'll let the chief and staff kind of go into more detail, but with having 500 to 600 vacancies, they still have to have those bodies out on the street. And so they do that with overtime. And so typically, if you're a regular city employee and you're working a position, and anyone for that matter that's a salary position or hourly position, when you're working overtime, it's time and a half. So the value of overtime exceeds the cost of a filled position. So it's more expensive for us to use overtime to fill these positions. In police and fire, it's actually a little bit worse because of the value of the pension. So pension makes the overtime almost 2.5 times straight pay. And so that's really what it is. It comes down to the fact that there should be an inverse relationship between overtime and pension. So if we had all of our positions filled, you'd see less overtime being used. But as a matter of not having those positions filled, you're seeing more overtime.
Thank you, Jeff. Has the city conducted any audits of police overtime to identify inefficiencies, fraudulent overtime, or routine overuse?
Yes, we actually just, Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Hernandez, our city audit department just recently finished an audit. We actually routinely look at overtime as a general rule. They did not find any fraud in that audit. What they found is that there are some opportunities for enhancing our internal controls to ensure that there's proper sign-off of overtime, to make sure that overtime, when possible, can be planned, that schedules could be adjusted in the case of certain positions. And I'd let the chief and Jody add, if they'd like to add anything to what I just said.
Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hernandez, we have begun a process that began in September of 2023 that brought together members, leadership, and labor to examine how we could improve our understanding and our control of overtime to ensure overtime is being used to execute our mission. As City Manager Barton communicated, most of our overtime is driven by two things. One is staffing or lack of staffing, and the second is required events or incidents that we have to staff. Those events can be things like the Super Bowl or the World Series or our Suns games or our Diamondback games. They can also be as a result of incidents that occur in our community, like violent offenses. Those require staff to attend, or when those cases go to court, it also requires staff to attend court. Often those activities are done outside of their regularly scheduled work time. So our efforts began examining what the data tells us, how is the overtime being used, and then to improve through a series of activities. One is looking at current policy compared to what we want policy to be. Then once we've established the new policy requirements, focusing on employee wellness and safety, then to train both supervisors and employees on how to properly request overtime, report overtime, approve overtime, and then practice, examining does practice meet policy and our expectations of our members. And we do that in a couple different ways. We do that internally through our Organizational Integrity Bureau, as well as our partners with the City Auditor's Office, as you referenced. With the city audit, one has been completed already, another is ongoing, and we have additional ones planned for the future. And then looking at our high overtime users or our employees that are maybe completing overtime outside of what we would expect as normal. And so we do those as random inspections in our Organizational Integrity Bureau. And so that process has been ongoing. Additionally, what we have done is incorporated a use or the development of a dynamic database that allows us to examine the overtime usage in real time, as opposed to a couple of pay cycles or more after the overtime has been completed. So we've implemented a multitude of strategies that we continue to work with internal leaders, internal experts, as well as our external partners.
Thank you, Jody. And I think you just answered my first question that I was going to ask Chief Orender. So thank you for that. Chief, my other question for you is, can the department provide our office a line item breakdown on the activities that, I think Jody covered a lot of those. Can we just get that as a follow-up?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Hernandez, yes, we can provide the line items.
Awesome, perfect, thank you. I have one question for Parks, Libraries, and Arts and Culture.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman Hernandez, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'll be happy to answer any questions for the Parks Department.
Thank you. I have the same question for all three of you, which is, what difference does your department make for the lives of our Phoenix residents?
Sure, Mayor, members of the City Council, and Councilwoman Hernandez. The mission of the Parks and Recreation Department is to build healthy communities, and we do that in numerous ways. We provide one of the largest municipally managed park systems in the country. We have 188 parks, 33 recreation centers, over 40,000 acres of trails, and so our goal is really to provide recreational opportunities, programs such as after-school programs, youth sports, swim lessons, really programs and services that are vital to the well-being of making our communities safe and have a vibrant way of living.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gallego, Councilwoman Hernandez, members of council, Mitch Menchaca, Arts and Culture Director. We know that the arts inspire and bring joy to residents. They beautify public spaces, strengthen community pride, help student success, create solutions for civic issues, and bolster the economy. Our public art program has artwork in every district. When we dedicate those public art projects, we receive positive comments from the community. We dedicated a piece in District 3 a couple years ago on 6th Street in Butler, and the neighborhood cleaned up their yards, painted their houses to show community pride along with that artwork. We work in schools trying to put artists in residence with schools that don't have in-time arts education classes. Just did a project with Heather Bray doing 12-week residencies there. We have literacy hubs across the city trying to help get third graders to the third grade reading level. Civic issues, we're really big on shade. We have a lot of temporary projects popping up right now trying to include more shade into public parks and learning from different materials versus just putting a stick with a shade cover over it. And then ultimately, we bolster the economy. We give grants to 120 nonprofit organizations that create jobs within our community, have created $500 million of economic impact for the city. And we partner with about a dozen of those nonprofits to partner within our facilities, and they bring in over about 10 million visitors a year. So we think it's a complete package of what we offer our residents.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Hernandez. The mission of the Phoenix Public Library is to empower our community with opportunities and resources to inspire and enrich lives. And we do that in many different ways. So we have resources like our space. We have Burton Barr Central Library, which is about 240,000 square feet of space, plus 16 satellite branches and a bookmobile. All of our libraries are cooling centers open to all of Phoenix, anyone that wants to come in and use our space. So that third space is important for community connection as a free space for everyone. We also have resources like books and movies and music, newspapers, magazines, all that traditional stuff in physical and digital format. And then we offer opportunities, so that programming for our community, and that's for all ages. We embrace lifelong learning, so we have early education opportunities. We help get kids ready to read, ready for kindergarten, ready for school. And as they enter school, we have programming and resources available after school for STEAM activities. We have a lot of teen programming. We also are sometimes the first place a teen gets work experience through our volunteer program. And then moving into older adults that use our libraries, we have workforce development. We offer higher education opportunities through College Depot at Burton Barr Public Library. And then we also offer workforce and entrepreneurship opportunities, as well as a lot of the recreational fun opportunities like book clubs and lectures for people of all ages in the city. So we offer a variety of resources and opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My next question is for our housing department.
Councilman, do you need any of the folks who just came up to stay?
No, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, so you
I'm all
guys,
good.
thank you
Yes.
for the testimony.
And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Titus, I have a couple questions for you. What difference does your department make in the lives of Phoenix residents? And just to be clear, you are the director of our housing department, correct?
That's correct. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Hernandez.
The Phoenix Housing Department plays two roles. We're a housing department for the City of Phoenix. In addition to that, we serve as a public housing authority on behalf of the federal government. And part of that mission is to keep people housed, and we serve our residents, over 35,000 residents in Phoenix, by providing public housing assistance for public housing, as well as Section 8. And we also are in the business of creation and preservation of multifamily housing in Phoenix. So we have created over many multifamily units in the last 10 years. And with this council's support, in 2020, we passed the Housing Phoenix Plan to create and preserve 50,000 units by 2030, which we achieved in December of 2024. So we're at 56,000 units currently. So that's primarily our mission, is to keep people housed. And my job is to make sure they stay housed. And that's what we'd like to do continuously.
Thank you so much. It's interesting because at the same time that the City of Phoenix is working on the budget, the federal government is also working on their budget process. And one of the areas that we have, that there's a lot of speculation and instability, we don't know what is really going to happen, is in the housing side, right? We get a lot of grants in the City of Phoenix. For the public and those watching, wanted to just share that in the state of Arizona, 40% of our financial resources come from the federal government. Not sure if everybody knew that. So anything that happens at the federal government has a direct impact here in the city of Phoenix. And when it comes to housing, an area that I'm super passionate about, and just want to shout out Councilwoman Keisha House Washington for leading on the Housing Trust Fund. It's something that I have advocated for at the state level. I will continue to support it here at the city level. But your department is interesting in this aspect because our housing programs do get a lot of federal support. So can you share with us what would be the impact on our communities if Trump does cut the emergency housing vouchers, for example?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Hernandez, the emergency housing voucher program currently serves 320 households and comprising 619 household members. And currently, the HUD has informed us, as of 2026, they're going to terminate the program. But recently, we received information from HUD that they're going to give us additional guidance in terms of, and wait for the guidance to figure out what next steps are for that particular program. One of the possibilities, and we haven't got the notification from HUD yet, informally we were told that there's a possibility we may be able to absorb that into our Housing Choice Voucher program. But that is subject to additional guidance that we yet to receive. But currently our expenditures for that particular program is about $4.6 million a year.
Thank you for that. That's my only questions for you. And just want to thank you, Jeff, again. Amber, you have been so instrumental in answering the questions, and also for the department directors for your responses to the questions. Coming in as a new council member has been a learning experience for myself and for the D7 team. Also add that it's a very different process from the state budget negotiations. So huge difference, a lot of learning. But I want to be clear that we take the work that you do, that all of our departments do very seriously, have a lot of respect for it. I am actually glad I'm not in your role. You have a way tougher job than I have in this aspect. You know, we respect your vision. We respect all of your commitment to work hard for the residents of the city. And as I've come into office, I've also seen Trump's threats and attacks in real time. Trump is attacking programs that protect our most vulnerable residents and attacking the city programs and grants that keep our city thriving and safe. We have to defend these programs and defend our community members from Trump's attacks. We must be clear that we will prioritize protecting people over criminalizing them. And speaking to the police overtime, I still have serious concerns about how the police department has used overtime, how we manage that overtime, and how we can assure that our city budget as a whole budget is not absorbed to meet police overtime. I know the city is working to fill vacancies in the department, but in the meantime, we must get a handle on the police department overtime. And finally, while we are setting aside $109 million in the budget to weather a very likely budget crisis in fiscal year 26-27, we must assure that these set-asides really protect our city residents, our city staff, and city programs that make Phoenix a vibrant and beautiful, thriving community. So with this in mind, I would like to make a substitute motion to amend the proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget as follows. I move to restrict the use of $109 million in set-asides for spending related to general fund programs that are not connected to the police department, and reallocate $7 million in ongoing funding from the Phoenix Police Department Sworn Officer Overtime Budget line item 501215 to cover $4.6 million in emergency housing voucher funding, $2 million for parks, $249,000 for libraries, and $175,000 for arts and culture.
Thank you. We'll now go to public comment. We will begin with Ann Ender, followed by Timothy Gamage.
Mayor Gallego, Vice Mayor O'Brien, and council members, thank you. Apologize for my attire. I just came out here from air support out at Deer Valley Airport. We were out there thanking them for taking us on a ride along, which was eye-opening. When I thought I understood everything that was happening with the police department, I learned a lot more. I want to thank City Manager Barton, Amber Wilkinson, and our budget and research department for putting together a really sound budget that supports public safety. Without public safety, we won't have a vibrant city. I appreciate everything that you've done, and I appreciate everyone that has come to the meetings, and I thank all the firefighters, and I thank the council and the mayor for also increasing the TPT tax. I think that's going to make a huge difference. We're going to hopefully help our firefighters get more equipment, more people, and that way they can respond when people like me fall. I also want to just quickly say that last week was National Police Week, and 144 names were added to the memorial wall, 4 from Arizona, 1, of course, being Phoenix PD Officer Zane Coolidge. And next week being Memorial Day, I really have been thoughtful about that because I'm the mother of a military son and the wife of a military man, and I got both of them back. So I'd like everyone else to think about those sacrifices that they make, and that's what our police department does and our fire department does to keep us safe. Thank you.
Timothy is next, followed by AJ.
Tim Gamage, Executive Vice President of Local 493. I'd like to start off by thanking Jeff Barton and Amber Williamson for putting together a budget that prioritizes resources within the fire department. We've been suffering from extended response times for a long time now, and this is a big step forward in the right direction. Thank you to the mayor and most of the council for approving the TPT, and hopefully all of you are going to vote yes on approving this budget and the resources that are going to the fire department. This is a big step in the right direction. I don't think it gets us all the way where we need to be, but this is a big step, and hopefully when more financial resources come to the city, they get flowed to the fire department so we can impact the safety of our citizens in a positive way. Thank you.
AJ is next, followed by Patrick.
Hi. I also want to thank City Manager Barton for another amazing budget. Your ability to fund all departments, all of our necessary services, are balanced with quality of life and world-class amenities. So that's amazing, Jeff. We appreciate that. I also want to point out that Phoenix continues to grow in the number of residents, businesses, places to live, and attractions for visitors to visit. Protecting all these people and places 24/7 every day is a top priority for a city, and your budget funds that safety along with all of the other interests of a great city. Your budget and council's support of public safety shows that you all care about every issue in Phoenix. No one wants to be a victim of crime, being a victim of crime takes to recoup from and may even end your life. One wants money or life, a victim of crime. A fully funded and staffed police department allows everyone who cares to build up their neighborhoods, businesses in our city to live their lives and work on their projects of interest with as much safety as possible. So let's all work to reduce crime in Phoenix. That can reduce calls for service and reduce some shift overtime. And let's be thankful we have men and women to support and fund who are willing to protect us so we can live our lives and work on safely. Thank you.
Patrick is next, followed by Julia.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gallo, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking today as the Advocacy Director for Phoenix Community Alliance, an organization with a 40-year track record for advocating for an improved downtown. I'm here today to offer the support of our organization for the budget that is being presented. We fully understand that the city has been placed in a difficult position due to actions at the state legislature, and we appreciate the work of City Manager Barton and staff to prepare a balanced budget as is required by law. The budget under consideration allows the city to maintain crucial services while increasing funding for areas most in need, especially the Office of Homeless Solutions and other programs to combat housing insecurity. As summer approaches, we must think about the most vulnerable of our residents. This budget allows for enhanced services to this population. This budget also allows for increased public safety by lowering fire department response times, provides for parks and library services. A budget must reflect the constantly evolving needs of a city and its residents and address the needs of the moment while planning for the future. As presented, this budget does just that by funding crucial programs today and planning for their continued funding in subsequent years. In closing, Phoenix Community Alliance reaffirms our support for this budget. Given the totality of the situation, this is the best allocation of significantly reduced resources. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and Phoenix Community Alliance supports the budget as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia is next, followed by Jeff.
Hi, thank you for giving me 2 minutes to speak. I am in support of this budget. I don't think any of us wanted to be in this position where we're having many funds cut all across, not just our state, but our country. I was thankful enough to see Amber present the budget and do one of the community meetings and learn why we're in this position and why we have to cut funds where we have to. I support it going to the first responders. We've had very bad response times. This is going to help. I know there are many places all over, nonprofits, humanities that are struggling too, but we have to think about the residents and their safety first. There is always going to be other grant fundings for, arts and culture libraries that we can find, but we have to really focus on what we're going to prepare for the future. And I think this budget does it. We're prepared for what's ahead. It may not be what we want, but it's better to be prepared than having to cut jobs and everything in the future because we didn't prepare. And we were hoping to get funds that we weren't going to get. So I'm thankful to the city manager and his team and everybody who worked on this budget, to the city council for, reviewing it, for everybody who put their input in, to everybody who's coming here to speak, even if we don't have the same opinion. I appreciate you taking the time to address your concerns about the city budget, but I think this does need to be approved so we can be prepared for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff is next, followed by Brian. I think I had Jeff, Jeff Tizzett. Sorry, I will try to enunciate better.
Well, good afternoon. There's no way I can say anything in 2 minutes, but I'll give it a try. First off, Mayor, Council, thank you for having us here today. Okay, my name's Jeff Tizzett. I am Sunny Slope resident in District 3. Okay, I'm also the president of East Sunny Slope Neighborhood Association and Blockwatch, the largest, probably one of the most active in the city. We have over 700 registered members, very active in the slope. Over the last few days, we have spent a lot of time, a lot of communications, meetings, conversations about today. And what myself and our community wants to say is we are 110% in support of approval of this budget. Where there has been cuts that had to be made, you know, we appreciate where you made them, the thought and the time that went behind it. Okay, one of the big things that we appreciate is the increase to the police department. Okay, without our police, we're in big trouble. I'm retired military. Okay, I've worked with the Secret Service, stationed at Camp David and at Allied Forces, Southern Europe. I run security at Christown Mall, and I deal with the police on a day-to-day basis. Okay, we need them. I'm pretty versed from standing on the sidelines. Okay, we need them, and we need them bad. Councilwoman Hernandez, if I might give you just a tad bit of advice from an old guy that's been around the globe a few times, you know, you might want to rethink the anti-police or that's coming out of you. You know, and I want you to be your own person, but this is just my opinion. Did not work out very well for Councilwoman Washington's predecessor. So, thank you guys, appreciate it.
Brian is next, followed by Jackie.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, city manager, and staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Brian Willingham. I'm the president of the United Phoenix Firefighters Association. We represent 2,900 firefighters here in the valley, 1,865 that belong to the city of Phoenix. I want to commend you, Mayor, first of all. Your leadership has been tremendous in your tenure. I think if you look at your body of work with the GO bond and everything else that you've been able to accomplish with the help of council and especially the support of the city manager and his staff, I think people will look fondly back at your tenure years from now, and I want to thank you for that. Jeff Barton, I don't have enough words for all the support you've given the fire department over the years. For the community that doesn't understand, for over 15 plus years on the fire department, we have been deficient in our resources and our staffing. What that translates to in response times that everybody keeps referring to is a quality of life issue if we don't get there in a timely manner to save you, and up to and including death. And so I want to rise and speak in support of the passage of this budget. I am adamantly opposed to any substitute motions because I think it was well thought out. The community had plenty of opportunity to speak on this, and I think it's imperative that we continue and move forward with this. There's enough threats out there, and I can't throw enough praise and accolades to Jeff and his staff, Amber specifically with Budget and Resource, Lori and all of them, but especially all of you council members that have been side by side with us in this fight. It's been a long run. We've been screaming from the highest mountaintops for years. I could list every council member up here that's been in support of us. I won't do that. You know who you are. I'll write an article. I'll try to do something in the Arizona Republic. But I need to say thank you. It's a long time overdue. The community deserves it, but I especially want to throw a final shout out. Our members need this. Their mental health and wellness. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie is next. We have two Monicas registered to speak. Monica B will go first, but Jackie is next.
Five years ago, the death of Deon Johnson and George Floyd occurred. What did we forget? The city of Phoenix and the police, Phoenix PD, colluded to charge me as a gang member, compared me to the Hells Angels, the one percenters. Me, a 19-year-old kid. Corruption that happens in this city is classist, racist, and that it is reflected in your proposed police budget. Being on your phone and not paying attention to your constituents is not the way to go. I'm so angry. I've been fussing and fuming all day at work. This police budget is ludicrous. Completely ludicrous. Devoid of any humanity or the thought of a future Phoenix with restorative justice. It's a shame. A damn shame. You got me shaken up here. So angry. I remember those 5 years ago and every day since being charged as a gang member, for walking down the street, for voicing my rights. I'm so ashamed of each and one of you. Thank you, Councilwoman Hernandez, for at least asking some questions. It's a damn shame. Again and again, this city continues to disappoint its residents. These black and brown people y'all police, these people in the zone y'all clean out, are not trash. Completely ridiculous. Devoid of humanity, devoid of humanity, devoid of humanity. A better future is possible, and you're all preventing it today. The city manager, no thanks. You did not do your job. This is not a budget that reflects what people in this room want here today. What, y'all agree?
Monica B. is next, followed by Daphne.
Hi everyone, my name is Monica. The first thing that I want to say to the people here who are saying that the police are here to protect us, I want to let you guys know that Phoenix PD points guns at children 400 times a year, the youngest being 2 years old. So tell me if those are the people that are protecting us, they're afraid of a 2-year-old? Okay. My name is Monica, and I'm here today because of the proposal to raise Phoenix PD's budget. As someone before me said, that's absolutely ridiculous that there's no money for the things that our communities actually need, and yet you're finding $46 million more to the already overfunded police budget, which would bring it over $1 billion a year. You think the police deserves $46 million more than everybody else in the city of Phoenix? Not only is this a slap to the face to your constituents, this is a death sentence to our communities. Phoenix PD does not keep us safe. They kill us and they brutalize us. Every single city council member here today that votes to raise the Phoenix PD budget will have blood on their hands, and we are going to remember your vote. Stop using our tax dollars for racial profiling, deportations, and mass incarcerations. Thank you.
Daphne is next, followed by Sebastian.
Monica M. Two Monicas.
What, Daphne?
No, you said there's two Monicas, and I'm
Yes,
Monica
I'm
M.
sorry. Monica, you're like in maybe 12 speakers? Yep. So to general, everyone today, there was just one person with each name, but we had two Monicas, so just wanted to clarify that. But Daphne is next, followed by Sebastian.
You're Daphne? Yeah.
Is Daphne?
Yeah,
Daphne,
yeah,
perfect.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you guys. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Daphne Cortez, and I'm a community organizer in Maryville. I'm here today to ask that this year's budget include the creation of a Maryville-specific heat plan, one that is truly led by the community. Maryville is consistently 4 to 6 degrees hotter than other neighborhoods. Our families face this heat every day, and the most vulnerable kids, elders, pets, and land house individuals suffer the most. Life expectancy in Maryville is 14 years lower than in North Phoenix. That should be unacceptable. Over the past months, I've held multiple conversations with Maryville residents and students at Trevor Brown High School. They've shared how the heat affects their bodies, their minds, their ability to live comfortably. Some even leave for a month in the summer just to cope. That's why I'm asking today for a community-driven plan that centers the voices of residents, local businesses, and different organizations, because solutions must come from those living in this heat every day. What we're calling for is heat-resilient public spaces with shade, splash pad, light-colored pavement, and water stations. More built shade at bus stops, parks, and parking lots, and expanded cooling corridors throughout Maryville. We recognize the important work that the city has already done, but now we need a stronger coordination with the Maryville community to make sure the improvements reach the people that are the most impacted. Together, we're asking for a Maryville-specific heat plan developed in partnership with the city's Heat Response and Mitigation Office that protects those most at risk and can serve as a pilot model for all of Phoenix. I also support the right to counsel to the mass evictions of our community. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to the community.
Sebastian is next, followed by Glenda.
Hi, good afternoon, Council, Mayor. The Take Back Our Homes campaign has been fighting for a right to counsel in evictions for over a year. Today, a cost-benefit study was released on right to counsel, which a delegation of our members delivered to you all at the 11th floor of City Hall today. The research was done by a leading national researcher on the topic, Stout, and the study was sponsored by the Phoenix IDA. The data from this report is resoundingly promising, and it shows almost 2.5 times return on investment for every dollar the city spends on providing full legal representation for tenants facing eviction. A fully implemented right to counsel program would save the city over $64 million in downstream costs. The research affirms that stabilizing families not only provides a huge benefit for our families, both emotionally and economically in the long term, but it is also just cheaper for the city to keep people housed. It avoids having to pay downstream consequences of evictions. The cost of inactions on evictions is staggering. Currently, we spend over $30 million a year on emergency shelters, transitional housing, and reentry programs, and these are important investments. But the reality is that these numbers are only going to continue to grow if people continue to be evicted. So we should be investing in prevention, and we need our values reflected in this budget. I want to mention that the Take Back Our Homes campaign is in full support of Daphne and Rumbo's work on providing Maryville-specific heat mitigation work and investments, as well as Poder in Action's resolution to stop using our tax dollars for racial profiling, deportations, or mass incarceration. And I do want to recognize that the city has placed temporary funding for legal aid. This is important. Thank you, Hodge Washington and the mayor's office for doing this temporary funding. But we need long-term permanent investments. You have a choice. You need to cement your commitment to keeping our people in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenda is next, followed by Roland.
Thank you, Councilman, for this time. I'm here speaking about rights to counsel for tenants that are being evicted. Just in the Maricopa County, 94% of landlords, they have legal representations, while tenants that are evicted do not have the representation to when they are being evicted. They go to court alone. Half of them do not even show up because they do not have that counsel. So I'm here requesting that the budget that you would include in counsel rights for tenants as they are being evicted. Rights to the tenants that are being evicted will reduce the homelessness and present evictions for spontaneous saving money for the city. Across the county, 19 cities, 2 countries, and 5 states have adopted the right to counsel for tenants. That guarantees legal representations to illegal tenants facing evictions. We believe Phoenix can be the next city to adopt these formulations and cost-efficient policies. These adjudicators have demonstrated that the right to counsel works. Right to counsel reduces deprivates, decreases the financial burden imposes on tenants in housing courts, and save publics. The impact reports are released today, looking specifically at the cost and budget of investments in the rights to counsel. The number shows that the city stands to realize significantly savings if they invest in the rights to counsel. I myself want to give a little short myself. I'm 65 years old, single. I never thought that I would be evicted up out of my residence. I was evicted falsely. But because I did not have the representation, I was evicted.
Roland is next, followed by Jennifer.
First, I'd like to say I am in support of budgeting the funds and giving more money to the fire department. They did everything in their power on January 11th, 2019 to save Jacob's life, even though the Phoenix Police Department did everything in their power to kill Jacob. I just want to address some of the comments a council member made about cutting programs, and that the programs that were cut we could do without. Some of those programs that were cut were early intervention to narcotics. And here we are now, we have a rise in drug addiction in the city of Phoenix, especially among youth. We had a cut in housing, and now the homelessness in the city of Phoenix is on a rise. We had a cut in youth programs funded by the city of Phoenix and the city of Phoenix. Now youth arrests are on a rise. Now what I say to this is, I say that the community, we're tired of this and we want to change. And if the council members don't want to get on board with this change, this community will make a change. And the perfect example is the person who's sitting in the seat in District 7. We are tired of this stuff. We are tired of every time that you guys want to cut money, come up with money, you always want to give money to the police. And everything that you do and take money from is harming. Now, I think the fire department should have way more money than the Phoenix Police Department. They save lives. They do not take lives. But yet think you want to take money from them every time. And the Phoenix Police Department is the only department in the city of Phoenix that if they do not use all their money out of the budget, they do not have to return those unused funds. Where are those unused funds going to? That's the question that this council should be asking. And to Councilwoman Hernandez, keep up the work and continue to be the change to the city that we need.
Jennifer is next, followed by Jose.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenny Hernandez, and for the first time in my life, I'm very proud to say I am being represented by Councilwoman Ana Hernandez, and that's amazing. I've never been able to say that I'm proud of that. I've been coming here since my daughter was 4. I'm sure some of y'all remember me or remember my daughter. And I've been here, I've begged, I've demanded, I have fought, and I have fought for you to stop increasing the police budget and to instead invest in our children and their futures. She's now 10, and the only thing that has changed is that damn police budget that keeps increasing by billions of dollars. Not the likelihood of our lives being expanded, not that more Head Starts are opening for her little sisters. We love our community. The fact is that as people who live in these hoods, we have not asked for you to gentrify or police our neighborhoods. We are asking for the basic necessities and safety like regular street maintenance, park maintenance, more shade, more water, and all we are getting is more funding for them useless ass cops. This is the opposite of what we have been asking for years. Police are separating our families, and I'll be damned if my family is next. Vote no on this budget, or remember this space has had her fair share in successful anti-campaigns. So the next time you decide you want to run for a bigger position, just remember that I will either walk for you or I will walk against you, and I will make sure to win.
Jose is next, followed by Andrea.
Mayor and council members, thank you guys for hosting this lovely budget conversation. Having gone through it, I can empathize at work. I've gone through it. I want to talk about accountability, and there's a reason why I want to do that, because anytime we talk about money, there should be a conversation about accountability and who's getting that money and why they're getting that money. So accountability at its core, so we're all in the know of what I think accountability is. It means taking responsibility for one's actions and being answerable for them both in terms of consequences of those actions and fulfillment of commitments. It's about owning your choices. And there was a gentleman that made a comment about being anti-police. I'm going to hold you accountable to your words. However, I want to thank you for your service first. But I'm going to hold you accountable. Anti-police is something else. Pro-community, like Councilwoman Hernandez demonstrated by bringing out these programs, asking how they make the residents' lives better. That's pro-community. That's not anti-police. It's not about an individual in this room that we hate, that we don't want to see. It's about the systemic practices that hurt our community, right? We want you to vote no on this budget because it's time to take accountability. You know, I can spout off all the reasons, but the DOJ did a pretty good job over 3 years outlining why we should not give more money to this police department, right? But I do want to bring up a few. And the reason why is because we just had $5.3 million paid out to the Gold Star Top Achievers Overtime of the Year award winners for 2 years. And now we're saying that there is no problem with overtime. Where's the accountability for that? If you want to talk about staffing, you said it's been going on since 2015. Who's taking accountability for not staffing your business, right? And the concerns that I really have is we see what's going on in the world, right? We don't need any more money going to racial discrimination. We don't need any more money going to abuses of OT, right? And this admin is doing that right now. I just want to say, of all the people in this room, the only ones that have been taking accountability are the members of the community. We have one right over there, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrea is next, followed by Miros.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Andrea Luna Cervantes. I'm with Organized Power in Numbers and the Take Back Our Homes campaign. We're here today because Phoenix is in crisis. Evictions are happening at an alarming rate. Over 41,000 filings just in our city. And we're not seeing a response that meets the urgency of this moment. We're glad that the city used ARPA dollars to fund eviction legal aid this year and for the work and support from Council members Washington, Robinson, Pastor, and O'Brien. And we are asking you to do more. Currently, there are 0 permanent dollars proposed in the upcoming budget for illegal eviction services. That puts families at risk of homelessness, especially during the deadly heat. Earlier today, we released the cost-benefit report sponsored by Phoenix IDA and led by national researchers at Stout at a press conference in front of City Hall with coalition members and tenant leaders. We also delivered packets to each of your offices, so we urge you to read it. The numbers are clear. For every dollar invested in a right to counsel, the city saves $2.58 in costs like emergency shelter, healthcare, police response, and heat-related services. Doing nothing costs us more in money and in lives. The report also shows that a fully funded right to counsel program could prevent the incarceration of 428 people each year, saving the city $1.5 million. Reduce forcible entries and vehicle theft, saving an additional $5.7 million. Evictions drive unnecessary contact with the criminal legal system. In many cases, jail becomes housing for our most vulnerable neighbors. That's unacceptable. We need a right to counsel ordinance that is permanently and adequately funded. We need a real heat plan, especially in neighborhoods like Maryville. And we need a budget that invests in our people, not racial profiling or mass incarceration. We are ready to work with the city, but let's be clear, we're not going anywhere until every tenant facing eviction has the legal support they deserve. Thank you.
Miros is next, followed by Monica M.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Miros. I am a resident of District 6. I'm in opposition of this proposal to increase the police budget, just because, one, it is not protecting the most vulnerable. Clearly, you are hearing community members state what type of violences they inflict on us. On top of that, police works with immigration, and it's not protecting the most vulnerable, it's separating families. And how do I know? It's because today at 9 in the morning, I was literally outside watching community members get detained for going and complying with immigration. And we know the police works with immigration. You are separating families, you are separating children. And it's taking a lot of me right now to get emotional because I literally had to hold a mother between my heart, literally her tears shaking because she was never gonna see her partner again. So just think about the families that are being separated. By you not listening to the community, you are complying with this Trump agenda that is going to continuously separate families. And again, you are hearing us that the police is not for us, that the police does not protect us. You have someone in your council seat right now that literally came and told you what happened in her own situation and that she fought because she's here, she listens to us. And clearly, you're not listening to us. More money to the police does not mean safety.
Monica is next, followed by Lupe.
Try the best one. My name is Monica Melanson. I'm an American citizen, and I live in District 5. I do not agree to the billion-dollar police budget. The Maricopa Police is targeting people of color like myself. They're pulling people over for no reason. Police are pulling people over construction uniforms, going to gas stations to heat up their food. Rosemary's hanging in the cars, wearing bandanas. That means that Catholics are in danger as well. My point is here, there's no crime needed for the police to pull them over for investigation their citizenship. My teammates and I have been walking District 7, District 5, District 4. We have knocked over 12,000 doors, and we're still going. What I find interesting is that over 20% of our signatures are voters that are asking for a resolution to stop this. We have heard so many horrible stories of families being forced of separation because of the police acting as ICE. Our universe of voters are high propensity, low propensity, all ethnicity, and all ages of voters. I have a message for you public servants. D5, D4, public servants. Many of your voters don't even know you. Some voters have asked for fixing traffic lights, adding trees, nice parks like Scottsdale, fixing roads, getting junk removed from sidewalks. These voters are saying that the city keeps telling them that there's no money. But here we are discussing a $1 billion budget for the police. When I hear about the budget of police, I hear hate, I hear pay, and I hear segregation and fear of people of color. That's what's right for this city.
Lupe, Proxima, and Eddie.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Lupe Mora y estoy aquí porque no estoy de acuerdo para ese presupuesto de la policía. Desgraciadamente no nos protegen. Muchas veces necesitamos protegernos nosotros mismos, llevarnos bien con nuestros vecinos, en nuestra comunidad, con nuestra gente, para que nos podamos proteger nosotros mismos. No necesitamos a la policía porque a veces hacen más accidentes que protegernos. Y estoy tan triste ahorita de ver a mi gente, a mi comunidad, cómo con nuestro mismo presupuesto que pagamos nosotros los están deportando, porque es un dinero que están utilizando para deportar a nuestra gente, para detenerla, y es nuestro dinero porque todos pagamos impuestos, trabajamos duro para poder. Venimos a trabajar, no a que nos echen de este país cuando trabajamos para todos ustedes, porque ustedes de nuestros trabajos comen igual que nosotros, pero ustedes no están en los files, no están en las construcciones, no están en los trabajos más pesados, y no es justo que con nuestro mismo presupuesto, con nuestro mismo dinero, nos estén deportando. Gracias.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Lupe Mora, and I'm here because I'm not in agreement with the budget for the police. Unfortunately, they don't protect us. Many times, we need to be protected. We need to get along with our neighbors, within our community, with our people, so that we can protect ourselves. We don't need the police because many times they cause more accidents than protect us. I'm so sad right now seeing my people in my community. The same budget that we're paying for, we're getting deported in spite of that. We're getting deported, we're getting detained. It's our money because we all pay taxes. We work very hard. We come to work. We don't come to get kicked out of this country when we work. We work for all of you. Our jobs, you guys eat like us, but you're not out in the fields. You're not in the construction sites. You're not in the most heaviest jobs. So it's not fair that with our own budget, with our own money, that you're deporting us. Thank you.
Eddie is next, y Ofelia Proxima.
Good afternoon. My name is Eddie Nunez. I'm here to ask you to vote no on item 37 that increases the police budget by $46 million, rewarding an extra $46 million to a corrupt organization that was found to use excessive and unjustified deadly force, violate people's rights to free speech and expression, discriminate against Black, Hispanic, Native American, and people with behavioral health disabilities is highly unethical. As a Marine Corps veteran who deployed to Iraq, I am appalled by the engagement tactics used by our police force against our own people when we didn't even treat the so-called enemy in a war zone like this. Over-policing and incarcerating our people does not, I repeat, does not make our community and our country safer. If it did, we would be the safest country in the world. Our prison system does nothing to rehabilitate people. Arizona ranks dead last in education. Our healthcare system has people questioning whether they should pay for grandma's medication or put food on the table. We're the richest country in the world, yet half of us live paycheck to paycheck, and we have tens of thousands of homeless veterans. Do you know why that is? Because we're investing our tax dollars in all the wrong places, just like this $46 million proposal. We don't need any more symbolic changes. We need real changes. The people in this community have higher priorities than to waste money on the corrupt police force. Your vote on this matter will tell us all who you really prioritize. Thank you for your time.
Ofelia Proxima, then Nicole.
Ofelia Ortiz.
Nicole is next, followed by Devin. Rodriguez.
Nicole Rodriguez. While we rubber stamp yet another massive increase to the police budget, we are defunding needed quality of life amenities and no tenant support while handing hundreds of millions to a department with a long history of civil rights abuses. That's not public safety. That's moral failure. And this is coming from someone from a family of law enforcement, where I actually qualified with a local law enforcement agency here. For the record, I turned it down. And I'm very supportive of, as we heard Jose Hernandez said earlier, of our law enforcement, but as it relates to protecting the quality of life for citizens and communities and anyone that is trying to protect their families, not in the ways that we have seen this consistently happen from this department. But somehow there's always money for city lobbyists to fight zoning reform and a starter home bill. Millions go to our city lobbyists. And this system protects the powerful and punishes the most vulnerable in so many ways. Also, basic legal representation is a human right and a legal system designed by and for the privileged. Denying tenants legal help is not just negligent, it is violent. We are sentencing families to homelessness while congratulating yourselves for tough decisions. This is not public service. If you vote for this budget, you are not serving the people, you are serving power. And we will remember. In the amount of time I have left, for fire and police, we are fighting on policies to reduce response times in Vision Zero. We have been begging for you guys to show up there. We do not see you commonly at our Vision Zero meetings. We need you there for our street safety. That is another budget saving item. Thank you.
Devin is next, followed by Dovey.
I'm also a combat veteran and a business owner, and let me take my glasses off. Yeah, look you all in the eye. And I'm absolutely in support of this $1 billion police budget. Some people might say $1 billion is too much. What's $1 billion in the name of protecting property? I mean, public safety. But don't listen to these people who are, saying the police should get less money. They don't really count. They don't go to your fancy dinners, and they don't contribute to your campaign funds, and they certainly aren't members of PLEA, who you all really listen to. As a combat veteran, 1ID 0405 in Iraq, it really warms my heart to see Phoenix PD rolling out in the same gear and brutalizing people the same way I did when I was there as a stormtrooper. Especially when Phoenix PD is facing off against the dreaded ACAB gang. Woo! Some people might say the Phoenix PD are gutless, unaccountable cowards that hide behind badges, qualified immunity, officer safety, and their union in order to enforce a system of white supremacy. But not me. They are accountable. They investigate themselves and they find they've done nothing wrong. But even when they beat up and tase that deaf black man for doing nothing wrong and changing his life forever, those officers get no pay for a whole 24 hours. When I'm brutalized for the crime of taking pictures, there's no accountability, but I know to obey. Because those of us like yourselves who confuse and conflate legality with morality know that authority, order, and obeying are the most important things ever. So please use all that money for that instead of the things that demonstrably keep us safe. And I have a gift for you guys. I've got some Kiwi Parade Gloss boot polish. If you guys want to mix it in your smoothies in the morning, if you need your fix, especially, here. So I'll just leave that for you guys. And I won't call you Dovey.
Dovey is next, followed by Brianna.
Good afternoon. My name is Debbie Thomas. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. I'm also a widow of a 27-year veteran in the United States Air Force. And I would like to say that I have never been so disappointed in this country in my life. My husband gave his life for this country. And to stand and see so many homeless people living here in the richest country that we have, so many single mothers that's been evicted because they can't afford to a house or apartment or something. They can't afford the payments that they are asking for all the homeless. And I am very disappointed. I spent 47 years with my husband, moving from place to place, him protecting this country, to stand and see such a disaster and such a disgrace, it's such a disappointment for me to say that I am a part of an American citizen because my husband spent his life protecting this country, that we're now seeing homeless mothers and children walking the street. So many homeless people know where to stay. That is a fair disgrace. I am ashamed to say that our country has come to this. Thank you for your time.
Brianna is next, followed by Lily.
Hello, good evening. My name is Brianna Valencia, and I live in City Council District 3. I'm here to oppose an increase in the police budget. It is unacceptable that our tax dollars are being used to fund racial profiling, deportations, and mass incarcerations. Instead, it's what systemic harm looks like, especially in Black, brown, and immigrant neighborhoods. We need a budget that reflects our values, a budget that funds affordable housing and right to counsel. I want to live in a Phoenix where my neighbors are cared for and not criminalized, where we invest in people and not punishment. It's time for a city budget to reflect the needs of the people. Stop spending money on systems that hurt us. We need parks, not police. Thank you.
Lily is next, followed by Evelyn.
Hello, Mayor Gallego and Council. My name is Dr. Lily Villa. I'm a professor of anthropology, and my work focuses entirely on community health and wellness. I'm speaking to you today in opposition to this proposed increase in the police budget, particularly because it's taking away from our parks, our libraries, our arts and culture, and the Office of Accountability and Transparency. Not only have I done research on community health, I'm also working to address this problem. I live in the Villa Monte Vista neighborhood in District 8, so shout out to Councilmember Hodge Washington. So this is a neighborhood that has been historically divested from by the city of Phoenix and is increasingly being surveilled by police. This is unfortunate because research shows that increasing green spaces, libraries, and community services in lower income areas has incredible ability to increase the health, wealth, and safety in these neighborhoods. In fact, one study from Illinois found that apartment buildings with vegetation actually had a 50% less crime rate and 56% less violent crime than fully concrete constructions. So plants do a lot for us. Moreover, in some circumstances, green spaces can completely reverse the harm of police surveillance and economic divestment, like in my neighborhood. Meanwhile, increasing policing in such areas often results in less health, less wealth, and less safety. Studies in increased police presence in low-income areas has shown that, at best, there is a 5% increase or decrease in crime, but the vast majority of the studies actually show there is no correlation between less crime and more police, and in some circumstances, there is increased crime and reduced solving of crimes happening when there are more police. So police do not help us. Parks, libraries, the arts, and social services do. Moreover, thank you.
Evelyn is next, followed by Stacy.
Hello, my name is Evelyn, and I'm the field organizer with Organized Power in Numbers and the Take Back Our Homes campaign. I'm here today alongside community members and partners to express our deep disappointment, yet again, in this proposed budget. There are still no permanent dollars allocated for a tenant right to counsel. This means more of our families, neighbors, and seniors will lose their homes. This is unacceptable. While we are disappointed, we are not giving up, and that's why we're here today. Our members have shown up time and time again. They've been here all day because this is deeply personal for them. Right to counsel is a matter of public health and equity. the eviction crisis is a public health crisis. Last year alone, Phoenix saw 600 heat-related deaths. Half of those we lost were experiencing homelessness at that time. That's why I also strongly support a Maryvale-specific heat plan co-developed with the city's heat mitigation office. This plan must prioritize those most impacted and serve as a pilot model for all of Phoenix. These issues are all interconnected. Housing affects public health, safety, workers, families, and so much more. Even issues like faulty AC units or neglectful management companies can push tenants towards eviction. Having legal representation helps ensure tenants can make their case, access repairs, and remain housed. Finally, I hate that I even have to say this, but stop using our tax dollars to fund racial profiling, deportations, and mass incarceration. It is a profound injustice to use our public money to harm our own communities. We thank Ana Hernandez for holding the line here and always supporting our communities and a right to counsel. It's a simple and fundamental principle. Families deserve to be housed and to stay together. Thank you.
Stacy is next, followed by Maisha.
I'm so thankful for all the people who showed up to have their voices be heard today. We live in a city where racial profiling, as well as criminalization and harassment of our unsheltered community, has been well documented over many, many years. I have witnessed it personally too many times to count, and the city can try to sweep the damning DOJ report under the rug, but you're not going to make these atrocities disappear. We've had an affordable housing crisis for many years. We have one of the highest eviction rates in the country. Lawyer Ed Hermes and I just recently helped an almost 84-year-old man not get evicted. And people desperately need legal counsel. And if Mr. H, who we helped, had been evicted, I'm pretty certain that he wouldn't have lasted even one day on the street because of his health conditions and the heat. He would have died. This city, in my opinion, has largely failed our most vulnerable residents. It has disrespected many of the people who are the literal backbone of this city. And people deserve to feel safe, no matter where they live, no matter how much money they make. So please start focusing on safety and quality of life for everyone. Thank you.
Maisha is next, followed by Amy.
Well, good evening, I think we're almost at. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Miesha Fish. I'm with Organized Power in Numbers in the Take Back Our Homes campaign. I'm here to urge you to allocate permanent annual funding for community services and right to counsel. I've experienced the tragedy and the hardship of the eviction process. I'm a woman with disabilities, including autism. I've survived on Social Security disability, and days before I was going to receive my monthly check, a sheriff knocked at my door, asked me to grab all that I could carry. A couple days later, I was awoken by a police officer because I was sleeping behind a shed with my service dog, resulting in me being arrested, me losing my service dog, and I loved her. I am here to save people like myself who may be facing eviction. I'm here in an attempt to keep families in their homes. Realizing over 87,000 filed evictions have occurred last year. We are talking about your elderly, your veterans, people with disabilities. Stop using our tax dollars for racial profiling, for mass deportation and mass incarceration. We need to rebuild our communities, not rip them down. Okay. Last, please pass the ordinance. Excuse me. Please pass the ordinance enacting right to counsel and ensure it's properly funded. And I want to thank specifically Councilmember Ana Hernandez, for meeting us and allowing us into City Hall to deliver our study on council. Thank you for supporting Right to Counsel and our communities. I appreciate you.
Amy is next, followed by Joshua.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Amy Gonzalez, and I am a volunteer with Roombo. I'm here today to ask that this year's budget include a creation of a Maryville-specific heat plan, one that is truly led by the community. Maryville is one of the hottest areas in Phoenix, often 4 to 6 degrees hotter than other neighborhoods. Our families face extreme heat every day. We need a community-driven plan that includes the voices of young kids like me and the Maryville community. We need to build more shade in public spaces, bus stops, and parking lots, and cool corridors. Much has been done already, and all of our neighbors deserve to see improvements. We've been talking as neighbors about what we need. Now what we need most is the city's investment to ensure this work is effective and lasting. Together, we ask for a Maryville-specific heat plan developed with the city's heat mitigation office, one that protects the people who need it most and serves as a pilot model for all of Phoenix. I also support the right to counsel. Thank you for your time and listening to your community.
Joshua is next, followed by Darren.
Good evening, council members. My name is Joshua Gonzalez, and I have the honor to speak here with Roombo tonight. First, before I start anything, I'd like to thank the City of Phoenix and the entire council for your ongoing efforts in our neighborhood to support cooling efforts and heat mitigation plans. However, I also ask for further support in these efforts, specifically to address a specific concern for us, which is Maryville, which remains one of the hottest areas in Phoenix. As my partner said before, Maryville is oftentimes 4 to 6 degrees hotter than any other neighborhood in the summer. And while it's commendable that the city has installed shade structures at approximately 75% of bus stops citywide, this still leaves about 1,000 stops without adequate shade. Given that Maryville is among the neighborhoods with the least tree canopy coverage, it's likely that many of these unshaded stops are in our neighborhood. Moreover, the city's own assessments indicate that areas like Maryville have significantly less shades compared to wealthier neighborhoods like Scottsdale. And while we appreciate the efforts that have been made so far, we respectfully urge the council to prioritize more targeted investments in Maryville. This is a community that has experienced decades of disinvestment, and now isn't a time to stop supporting. We are calling for dedicated funding in the city's 2025-26 budget for further community-led heat planning effort in Maryville. And finally, for my final moments, I'd like to show support for the right to counsel and the amazing people who took action today, spread information, and speak more about a subject that I definitely think I'm more undereducated on. Thank you for all your time and for your commitment to the communities that serve you.
Darren is next, Elsa Proxima.
Hi, my name is Darren Jezik. I'm with the Take Back Our Homes campaign, and I'm a veteran. We are fighting for the less fortunate, and you're not. Yes, you listen to us, but that's your job, but you treat us like redheaded stepchildren. New York City passed right to counsel in 2017, 8 years ago. New York and San Francisco, 7 years ago. Philadelphia and Cleveland, 6 years ago. And many more cities and even states are pursuing right to counsel now because it works, or they wouldn't be doing it. Either you're behind the times or you just don't care. Which is it? Our state attorney is suing 10 corporations. It started out as 4 for engaging in price fixing and rental prices. And now the Department of Justice, along with 8 other states, are pursuing corporations for rent fixing. You have known for years that rents were out of control and you didn't do anything about it, and people have been thrown out into the streets, and you knew this, or you're not doing your job. Which is it? But you gave your police department an extra $27 million last year for the hell of it. And an organization like the rest in this country that gets nowhere near the training or qualifications or standards of other developed countries. And Phoenix's reputation is one of the worst in the country. Give me any reason whatsoever why you can't fund Right to Counsel now. Why do you keep drawing this out when people are being put out in the streets? Why can't you fund Right to Counsel? Do something now. Fund Right to Counsel before more people suffer and are thrown out into the streets because of your lack of a commitment to the less fortunate. Stop using our tax dollars for racial profiling, deportations, and mass incarceration. Fund Right to Counsel.
Elsa ahora y próxima Estela.
Hola, buenas tardes. Elsa Osorio. Me pregunto dónde está la democracia, la justicia, la libertad, los derechos humanos. ¿De verdad piensan ustedes eso cuando crean presupuesto o cuando votan por este? Estoy yo más preocupada por la salud mental de mi comunidad. Estoy más preocupada por mi vecino, que si va a llegar hoy a su casa y cuidar de sus hijos. Estoy más preocupada por el cierre de escuelas, por el cierre de parques, más que ustedes. Yo también soy una persona. Lástima que soy de color y que soy vulnerable a detenciones injustificadas por la policía. Este presupuesto debería de ser para nuestras comunidades prósperas, florescentes y seguras. Gracias.
Estela y Ophelia. Oh, I'm sorry.
¿Me espera, Estela? ¿Me espera, Estela? Voy a interpretar lo que acaba de decir Elsa.
Oh, ok, perdón.
Sí, gracias. Hello, good afternoon. Elsa Osorio. I ask myself, where is the democracy, justice, freedom, human rights? Can you actually think that when you create this budget or when you vote for it, I'm concerned for my community, for my neighbor. Is he gonna come home and be able to care for his kids? I'm more concerned about schools closing, parks closing, more than you are. I'm also somebody, I'm a person, unfortunately, I'm a person of color. I'm vulnerable to being detained unfairly by the police. This budget should be for our communities that are prospering, that beautiful communities, and that they have fairness. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Estela. Soy organizadora en Poder en Acción con el grupo de barrios. Nosotros todos los días caminamos a platicar con la gente, con la comunidad, ¿verdad? Y la comunidad en realidad nos está hablando que no hay seguridad. Y yo me opongo a este voto para más dinero a la policía porque sabemos que no es seguridad. Todo lo contrario, quisiéramos mejor que este dinero lo pusieran, como dicen mis compañeras, en casas asequibles, ¿verdad? En personas que están sufriendo, que tienen problemas con drogadicción, en otros recursos que realmente nos haga sentir seguros, no a la policía, porque ellos no son seguridad para nosotros. Nosotros sabemos que ahorita la administración Trump nos está mandando a la fregada a todos y le están dando dinero a la policía para que la policía deporte, se trabaje con ICE, deporte, hay encarcelamientos masivos y separación de familias. Entonces yo estoy no al voto y gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Estela. I'm an organizer with Poder en Acción in the Barrios group. Every day we walk with people in the community, right? And so in all reality, the community is actually telling us that they don't feel safe. And I oppose the vote for more money for the police because we know that it's not safe. Quite the opposite. We would rather have the money put into, as my colleague said, affordable homes for people who are suffering from people that are having drug problems, drug addictions. We need other resources that really make us feel safe, not the police, because they're not safety, or they're not safe for us. We know that right now the Trump administration, they're sending us to hell, and they're giving money to the police so that the police they can take away the sports and other activities. So the police, they're deporting, they're working with ICE, and they're separating families. So I'm saying no to the vote, and thank you.
Ophelia.
Ophelia?
Ophelia? All right, we'll go online to Linda, followed by Orla.
Gated Alley program. I was part of the Gated Alley.
Linda, we lost you after Gated Alley. Linda, could you start over again? Linda, I can't hear her. Okay, we're hearing Linda is still on, but I don't have audio. Okay, maybe we'll go to Orla and then come back to Linda? Okay, so Linda, we're going to mute you for a moment because we couldn't hear anything. We're going to go to Orla and then we'll come back to you. Okay, Orla.
At the last formal meeting, a Phoenix firefighter from Station 3 told you that they don't have enough fire trucks to handle high-rise fires in District 7. I have been telling you for years about this response time crisis and that people are dying because of the city continuing to underfund our fire department. I want to go on record and say that I do support a tax increase if the said money actually is used for what it's proposed for. But because Phoenix Fire has been so severely underfunded for an upward of 10 years, a tax increase alone is not going to solve the crisis. Our fire department saves people's lives. It's not a program you can cut. Now the city is under investigation for allegedly using taxpayer money for non-governmental organizations without city council approval or legal authority. From April of 2020 to April of 2025, the potential expenditures totaled over $28 million. Meanwhile, District 2 continues to have the worst response times of all the districts. District 7 can't handle high-rise fires, and a man died in District 6 because of a delayed response time. This is a citywide problem. For all of you that are jumping up and down about losing amenities and programs for specific neighborhoods, do you realize the reality of our response time crisis? It's unbelievably offensive to our first responders and families who have lost loved ones to hear how shade trees and splash pads are more of a priority. While community enrichment is, of course, important, what takes precedence is public safety. I can guarantee that most citizens would agree that keeping their loved ones safe and having access to immediate emergency services supersedes any other funding. I said it before and I'll say it again. The city of Phoenix needs a shift in its moral compass. citizens and first responders have and will continue to die. Choosing to not take immediate action, I believe, is criminal negligence. Thank you.
All right, we'll try Linda one more time. Linda Blackford. I think we have a different number for Linda. Okay. Jessica.
Good afternoon, Mayor, councilpersons, and city staff. I'm Jessica Davenport Williams, co-founder of Black Girls Break Bread and a staunch advocate for maternal and infant health equity. I'm here today to express my support for the continued funding and expansion of the Office of Public Health. As the nation's fifth largest city, fiscal support of this office marks a turning point for Arizona and proves vital for our residents' future. When I shared concerns about Black maternal health disparities, they responded with openness and action. This collaboration, where community expertise informs public health strategy, is precisely why this office matters. To Councilwoman Hodge Washington, your support of maternal and infant health initiatives in District 8 exemplifies the power of this model. To Interim Public Health Advisor Soto and your team, thank you for building an office that centers community voices with hopes of systemically addressing the alarming rise of maternal and infant mortality rates for Black residents in the city of Phoenix. As you consider the budget, I hope you'll view this office not as a line item, but as the cornerstone of a healthier, more equitable Phoenix. Thank you for your time, commitment, and for allowing me to speak today.
Can we try Linda one more time? Linda, final chance. Linda? All right, we do not hear Linda. Thank you for trying, Linda. Linda was marked in support. Annie is next. Annie, give us a second to unmute. Annie is no longer online. Amanda. And then Amanda would be followed by Ben. Amanda, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Amanda, and I moved to Maryville in 2021. Since then, I've supported my unhoused neighbors by providing water and other essentials. During summer, I carry a thermometer, and it is alarming how much hotter Maryville is compared to other neighborhoods. Using a heat gun, I've reported temperatures so high that seconds on the ground could cause severe burns. Tragically, each summer, I see people who have died from this heat, especially at bus stops. Some people are in such heat crisis that I have found some of them think I am an angel because they are hallucinating. I urge the City Council to include a Maryville-specific heat plan in this year's budget, led by the community. Maryville is one of the hottest areas, often 4 to 6 degrees hotter, with a life expectancy 14 years lower. Unacceptable. We need a comprehensive plan with more shaded areas in public spaces, especially bus stops and parking lots, heat-proof public areas and expanded cool corridors, and more cooled water stations, and strong collaboration with the community to revitalize Maryville. Our neighborhood is discussing these needs. Now we need the city's commitment to make it happen. Neighbors, along with Roombo, asked Phoenix to develop a Maryville-specific heat plan with the Heat Mitigation Office to protect vulnerable residents and set a model for other neighborhoods. If we can spend $1 billion on police, which in my opinion, we shouldn't, we can spend money on the services that truly make our communities livable and safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben is next, followed by Michael.
Hi, my name is Ben Laughlin, and I'm a resident of District 5. I'm here today in opposition to the budget as it is proposed. Last year, you told us you couldn't use the $80 million surplus to fund vital programs because you needed it to stabilize the budget for fiscal year 2026. For months, you've been telling us we were going to have a $39 million deficit. Then you told us you needed to tax every person in this city on everyday items when most people are struggling to make ends meet to make sure the fire department had what they needed and to protect other services. But somehow, here we are again with the police budget getting a massive increase, $46 million, driving that budget up to $1.2 billion. The housing budget, neighborhood services, human services are collectively being cut over $37 million. For what? So you can harass and arrest and deport people? So you can find favor with the Trump administration? Rather than making sure everyone gets home safe at the end of the day, you're ensuring that Phoenix residents are literally going to die. We need y'all to invest in right to counsel, in affordable housing, in heat relief, and in parks. The irony of y'all voting on this billion-dollar police budget on the day the Trump administration is doing y'all a favor and attempting to erase the truth that is the DOJ report is not lost on us. Y'all can't erase people's experiences as much as you want to try. So we're going to keep coming back, going to keep fighting until we get this city built in a way that serves all of us, and that future will not include police. Thank you.
Michael is next, followed by Linda. Michael Norton? Oh, wait, Michael Norton. Michael Norton is on. Thank you. Michael, now it is, if you started, please start again.
Mayor Gallego.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Mayor Gallego, City Council, I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking specifically with regard to the general fund portion of the budget, and I'm speaking specifically with regard to impact on parks in the Levine area in South Phoenix. I want to refer back to May of 2023, when two Scottsdale-based developers asked the city for a gift of $20 million to facilitate development. That gift came from the general fund. Time has not been kind to the city with regard to that gift. Each of those two developers sold the property at massive profits. The gift of general funds to them was not necessary. The $20 million, which was taken from the budget then, from the general funds, is now coming back to haunt us in the form of things such as the reduction from general fund spending on behalf of fire, police, and park maintenance. Developers are far better at talking communities into doing things they shouldn't do than political officials and administrative officials are at saying no when you should say no. I urge you to terminate these types of activities unless this city somehow manages to develop a massive surplus of funds for other things that are far more critical, like police, fire, and parks. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Linda is next, followed by Karen.
Hello?
Yes. Hello.
Oh, good. Good. Okay. You can hear me now.
We can hear you now.
Thank you. I'm calling to represent the Gated Alley program. I was part of the Gated Alley pilot program. Let me put my glasses on here. Okay. The gates have improved our safety and security, and they prevent illegal dumping. This new budget will help to get more funding for this great Gated Alley program. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen is next, followed by Patricia.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. My name's Karen Olson. I live in District 4 here in Phoenix, and I am calling in opposition to increasing the police budget, as many of my fellow constituents here in Phoenix have discussed as well. As somebody who has read the 126-page report done by the DOJ that cost us over $10 million, I just want to highlight on page 57, Phoenix PD engages in discriminatory enforcement of traffic offenses. In their analysis of Phoenix PD's data, it validated the community's concern. And that's what I want to highlight. The community is here. The community is always here and ready and willing and wanting to participate and be given scraps. That is what we were given time and time again. I am a pie maker. When you look at a whole pie, there's enough to go around. But if we keep on taking all of the pie and putting it into one place, it means we have no resources for what is most important for our communities. We have heard the word safety said time and time again, but I want to challenge us all to think about safety for who? Safety for what? Because if it's safety for property and for people with power, then we've done a disservice and none of us should be sitting in seats of power. We should always be willing to challenge ourselves and sit with that, which is what I heard at the beginning of the meeting, that everyone on this council has sat with how hard this budget was. And at any time, we should still be able to sit with that challenging thought. And to me, it is unacceptable that we're looking at a pie, a full pie, 100%, and we're giving ourselves accolades about the small amounts we've given to public services that could then be challenged within them. But we keep going back and back again to policing ourselves over and over and over and harming our community. Do better.
Patricia is next, followed by Vivian.
Hello, Mayor Kate and council members. We've heard so many comments from community leaders, very concerned community members about this budget proposal. We've been organizing at least since 2019, and obviously people for decades before, through a rotating stream of different council members. Usually there's only one sitting there that has any sense or any common decency and respect to listen to concerned community members. And the issue remains, there are two thoughts. One, safety means protecting property and white people, and the police violently enforce that, as again and again, Phoenix police have the accolade of being the nation's most deadly police force, while City Council completely funds and supports their brutality. And then there's the actual reality that everyone does deserve safety. Everyone does deserve a beautiful, thriving neighborhood where they're actually safe. Police do not create that safety. A city council that only listens to plea and other groups that are wanting to make money for the city and themselves is not creating safety. So we're in it for the long haul. It's very disappointing and disheartening to see this vibrant council who refuses to look inward and really search at what safety is for every one of their constituents, not just the loudest ones that insist a $1 billion budget for Phoenix police is the solution to people dying on the street from heat and being unsheltered. I implore you all to really look at yourselves and make some changes in how you are using your position of power. Thank you.
Thank you. Vivian is next.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Hello?
Hello,
Yes, you can hear me. Thank you. I had it all prepared to refer to the item in question, which was to the, I have it written down here, agenda item 37, having to do with the budget. And I started by writing, it is evident that we are vulnerable to the possibility that federal funds may not be forthcoming. And we know that. What has made me very angry is hearing people calling about something else
that has nothing to do with the budget, number one. Number two, complaining about things that it means that they are not following the laws as the laws are here in the city of Phoenix, where I have lived for 56 years. Now, I am Latin too. I have never, in all the years I've lived here on the west side, I have never had any encounter with any police officer for which I was not so happy, because they were so kind and respectful, etc., etc. So all of those that have complained about how they were treated, what I would like to ask them is, how did they behave? That's very important. I have been a long time resident of West Phoenix, okay? I urge Phoenicians to support this, the items at 37 on the agenda. I also would like to tell them that if the police officers are after them, what are they doing? I would like to ask them, because where I live, for example, some Latinos drive at 60 miles an hour in a 40-mile-an-hour zone. That is illegal, period. So I am very unhappy about hearing young people, instead of studying, improving their, as I have done for many years, by the way, I'm an old person now, improving my property so that it would not reflect badly on my neighbors, and try to follow the laws as they are written and respect the law. I am totally in favor of the city of Phoenix getting this thing going, because we will not be getting funds from...
Thank you. Thank you for that. Is Andrea our final speaker? All right, Andrea, the floor is yours. And Andrea will be our final speaker.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay. Hi, my name is Andrea. I am a resident of District 5, and I support the proposed budget, which will continue to fund street improvements, speed bumps, gated alleys, and other important programs for our community. Maryville roads need repairs, and we need to slow traffic, which leads to keeping our families safe. I support the budget as it funds programs that are crucial to the betterment of our community. I want to ask council members to please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. The motion on the floor is the motion to approve the budget, the first motion made per council rules. Roll call.
Mayor Guardado. Mayor.
Councilwoman.
May I make a vote explanation before?
Yes, so feel free to explain your vote. And we'll recognize everyone who wishes to explain their vote.
Guardado.
Yes, and Mayor, can I explain my vote?
Please do.
And I'm sorry, for clarification, what motion is this?
To approve the city manager's budget as presented by the city manager.
Got it. Okay. Well, first of all, I just want to apologize for not being there right now, but my son promoted from 3rd grade on to 4th grade, and I just could not miss that. So with that being said, I would like to say budgets are not just numbers. They are a reflection of our values and priorities as leaders and as a community. I understand that decisions like these can lead to differing opinions, and not everyone may be satisfied with the outcome. However, I want to express my excitement about this budget, which in many ways exceeds our expectations despite facing significant challenges. Despite facing drastic cuts from the state and an unstable national economy, we have managed to save jobs and preserve vital programs that are so important to our community. This budget makes a major investment in our community, such as the $25 million allocated to Innovation 27, a project that will be a game changer for District 5 and for the entire city. Additionally, we have secured funding to fully staff a brand new fire station in my district. This facility will not only reduce emergency call responses times, but also prepare us for future needs and ultimately save lives. I am also proud to share that our after-school programs have been fully preserved. None of these vital services were cut, not one. And that matters to our working families and our kids. Furthermore, we have added serious funding aimed at combating homelessness and managing this ongoing crisis, an issue that deeply affects many in our community. And just would like to add, if other cities were doing more, maybe we wouldn't have to add as much, but we will continue to be leaders. And I could go on, but for these reasons and more, I am proud to cast my vote in favor of this budget. I want to thank Mayor Gallego, my colleagues on the dais, as well as City Manager Jeff Barton, Amber Williamson, and the entire city team for your continued support as we all work together to build a brighter future for our city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Hernandez? Mayor, may I explain? Please. Thank you. First, I'd like to once again thank the city manager and all of the city staff that has worked diligently on this year's budget. I want to make sure I'm clear that I honor and respect your work and your commitment to this city, to our residents, and to us as residents of the city. For my fellow council members, I'm disappointed that we could not work together to make the changes needed to this budget to prepare for Trump's attacks and protect the programs and services that protect all of our residents. The voters of District 7 gave me the opportunity to be here for the next 4 years, and I look forward to working with everyone on those future budgets. I'm sure that we can find a path forward to make the city better. That being said, as a councilwoman, a resident of the city, and a sister who lost my little brother to police violence, I must stand in my values and very, very clearly the commitment I made to the residents of District 7 and cast a no vote on this proposed budget. My no vote is in no way a reflection on the hard work of our staff. I support our staff, the critical programs that they bring to the city, and I also want to support amazing things for our residents, like the amazing investments into the Housing Trust Fund, the amazing and hard work going into reducing our fire response times. Those are critical investments our communities need. But yet I was clear on May 6th when the final budget was proposed to us. This budget does not go far enough to address Trump's attacks on our communities that are happening right now, let alone the attacks on the horizon. And with the threat of recession growing by the day, this city may face a financial cliff much sooner than we are ready for. Unfortunately, given the time of my inauguration and the budget process, we were not able to work with the city manager and the budget team to identify and implement additional ways to strengthen this budget to protect all of us from the Trump attacks. In this budget, we are considering giving the police over $1 billion. This includes an additional $46 million of salaries and pensions. Our police budget sends the wrong message to our community. It sends the message that we will prioritize criminalization over dignity and care. And it is a reflection of fear and habit and a refusal to imagine a different future. The police budget is the majority of the general fund to this day. And we face long-term issues with overtime and pension payments. And let's not forget the reality, again, the reality of the DOJ report and that being present to this day in our neighborhoods, among Black and brown folks, and among our unsheltered residents. No matter what decision is made by the Trump's fascist and authoritarian DOJ to try to erase what is really happening, it will not work. The DOJ rescinding the findings into patterns of practice into our police department will never erase that my little brother was taken by police violence. He was shot 5 times and bled out on the ground, so I will not stick my head in the sand and ignore the reality of our people. We must change as a city. We need creativity, imagination, and accountability. And we need to listen. Not just hear, but really listen to what our communities have been saying for years. We want investments into a thriving life, not into the institutions that often steal that away. I look forward to working with city staff, with my fellow council members, to create a stronger budget for fiscal year 26-27 that prioritizes our people over policing and prepares us to weather Trump's fascist attacks. And with that, I vote no.
Hodge Washington. Mayor, if I can explain my vote, please. Please do. Thank you so much. I also, once again, want to extend my gratitude to our city manager and staff for creating this budget. And I also want to say a special thank you again to all of the residents who participated in this process. I want you to know that your voices were not unheard. I heard you. There are things that we have done, and the budget reflects those. The two things I've highlighted, I think, are very important to me, and I think it addresses the issues that we heard from the community's feedback: the Housing Trust Fund and the access to legal counsel, or the right to counsel for those that are eligible. I will continue to advocate for a more permanent funding source, but like everything else, it begins one step at a time. And I think this budget is taking us a step in the right direction. I recognize that we are facing some potential vulnerability from our federal government and our federal partners. And I think that I trust the staff in front of us to outline when we do think a mid-year adjustment is necessary. So with that, I will vote yes for this, because I think it truly incorporates the feedback that we receive from our community. And it may not be perfect, but we are on the right steps to addressing the housing insecurity, which I think is our number one concern that we hear from our residents. So again, I will be voting yes. Thank you.
Pastor,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring.
Mayor, I'd like to explain my vote.
Please do.
I think it's of paramount importance that we increase the number of police officers we're putting on the street every day. We're at 1990 something levels of staffing with a much bigger city. We've got more miles of roads. Please remember when you're talking about, well, I don't think we should be criminalizing anything. What about DUIs? How many people get killed by DUIs every year? We've got 35 officers patrolling 5,000 miles of streets. So obviously most people who are engaging in criminal behavior on our streets, and they could kill you or your loved ones, I don't know, maybe we should address that. I think it would be extremely short-sighted to say we should scale back our police efforts and do some other stuff, because that's real life stuff that's happening every day. When you see somebody going 70 in a 40-mile-an-hour zone, that's because they know there's no police officer to stop them like there used to be. If that's what you want, have at it. I want no part of it, and I don't think the people I represent in District 2 do either. At least we're able to recruit for fire. So I am pleased that this is also addressing fire. I believe, Jeff, you told us at a previous meeting, I'm doing this from memory, so if I'm wrong, please correct me. I think fire, the budget is up 87% over 10 years, so outstripping inflation, but obviously population and so forth has gone up, but at least we're able to recruit firefighters still to fill the spots. We don't get nearly as many applicants as we used to, so that's a very worrisome sign, but unlike police, at least we've been able to fill it. So that's something, but to complain about the police budget, we need to spend what we need to spend to get back the 600 officers that were down and try to add some as well, which might be a Herculean beyond our abilities to do its task. And we need to get started on that right away, because it only seems to be trending downward. Every time we get even a blip of good news with police, it seems to go the other direction. So for the police officers that are here, I appreciate the things that you do, and I think you are respected by the vast majority. The word community gets thrown around a lot. There are 1.7 million Phoenicians, plus all the people from Scottsdale and Glendale and Tempe and stuff who come to Phoenix to work every day, and that's a lot of people too. I think most of them are pretty happy there's at least officers out there working overtime. If we had more officers, we wouldn't have the issue about the overtime. So just food for thought. I'm going to vote yes on this budget. I do appreciate you've done what you can do within your purview, Jeff, Lori, and Amber, to try to address what in the past 5 years has sort of become an intractable problem. This place won't be livable, and our great economic development team led by Chris Mackey won't be able to attract businesses here so everybody can have the jobs that they want and live the lifestyle they want if this place has no police officers. And that's the way it's trending. Just food for thought. Thank you. I vote yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-1.
Thank you. We'll now go to the citizen petition portion of the City Council meeting. We'll begin with item 106, consideration of a petition related to high visibility crosswalk markings and stop bars. We'll begin with the petitioner, Nicole Rodriguez. Nicole will be followed by Steve.
one moment, I'm a little confused. This is public comment period first?
No, citizen petition, so if you could speak to your petition.
Okay, and then I get to do public comment?
Yes.
Oh, I
We
didn't know
have
that's
three
how it worked.
petitions,
Okay.
and then we'll come to public comment as the final portion.
That's not what what was conveyed to us, if I may, and it would save time if I could just go ahead and give my full public comment, 3 minutes. Stacy Champion will give me a minute. And then
We do not allow donations, so you have 2 minutes. Please
you guys
start-
have set the precedent of having donations of time.
You have 2 minutes.
All
Please start the
right.
clock.
Okay. So I'm here to speak on my citizen petition to require stop bars at the intersections in all crosswalks, especially at schools, parks, high injury risk areas, and transit stops to be upgraded to high visibility standards. Frankly, it's shameful I even have to file a petition for some basic street safety. Let's address the elephant in the room. Streets Department claiming they don't have money to paint high visibility crosswalks. That's a lie. You find money for digital signage for reverse lanes, Prop 479. You find money for traffic studies no one reads. You find money to widen roads for suburban commuters. But for our kids, our elders, our bus riders, suddenly you're broke. Well, this is about priorities, no budgets. The cost of painting high visibility crosswalks, those zebra style stripes proven to reduce crashes, is minimal compared to the cost of a single lawsuit when someone gets hit. And let's be clear, people are getting hit. Our streets are dangerous by design. You know it, the data shows it, and you still choose to inaction on a solution that it can improve pedestrian safety by up to 40%. I want to remind you, the current practice of using two faded parallel lines is not safety infrastructure. You will put in red light cameras that have less of a success rate at saving pedestrian lives than basic high-vis crosswalks. So prove you're not here just to profit off of us and implement basic federal standards for our intersections. This city has Vision Zero goals, but those goals mean nothing if your department refused to act on the most basic proven interventions. So I'm putting it on the record that people do not accept your excuses. Our communities deserve more than neglect and gaslighting. We deserve streets that serve people, not just people behind the wheels. And for our council, do not hide behind staff recommendations. The Streets Department works for the public. You work for the public. Pass this petition, fund it, paint the crosswalks, or admit you're fine with letting our residents risk their lives every time they cross a street.
Thank you. Steve D. is next, followed by Stephen P. Wonderful. Okay, so for those who could not hear, we have a comment in support of the citizen petition. Stephen Procaccini? You're good? Okay. Good. Oh, I didn't blow it. It was like the first time today.
Procaccini, same thing. Steve, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I live in Laura Pastor's District 4, and I'm here in support of Nicole's petition. And I'm speaking mainly because in memory of a friend and coworker who was killed in a crosswalk on 7th Avenue. This was a while ago, several years ago, and there were improvements made to that crosswalk at 7th Avenue and Flower, but it's not enough. And citywide, we're really lacking, and we need these high visibility crosswalks to protect our pedestrians and bicyclists. And the solid, the stop line and then the ladder type crosswalks would make a big difference. I've seen at San Diego, they have they're solar powered and they're pedestrian activated yield kind of warning signs that'll flash when someone wants to cross, not the full-on hawk type, but a more simpler type would be helpful. So I just mainly wanted to show my support for this petition and in memory of my friend who died in a Phoenix crosswalk. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick is next, followed by AJ.
Good
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Patrick Kelly. First of all, I want to say you guys have a tough job. As a small business owner on 7th Avenue, we have 2 crosswalks between Camelback and Indian School, just 2. That's a mile. And there's 5 lanes. I refer to 7th Avenue as a mini I-10 because of the speed and the amount of traffic that go through 7th Avenue going north and south during the morning. So I support the petition, and we'll get on 108 after this. Thank you.
Thank you. AJ is next, followed by Haley.
Okay, thank you. First of all, predictable and high visibility road markings is brilliant, excuse the pun. And while we're at it, I think we should throw some green paint down and some green poles up along the bike route on 15th Avenue. And then I do have to leave for a different meeting. It's actually the Streets Department Phoenix Connector meeting, which is all about street safety. I do have some ideas about the 7s, but I will email it to Michael from Mayor Gallego's office so he can send the message out. Thank you.
Thank you. Haley is next, followed by Jeremy.
Mayor and City Council members, it's good to see you all again. You probably remember me from being an active bicycle advocate. I'm fully in support of this proposal, this recommendation to restripe the roads. There are several areas along 23rd Avenue in which the street never got painted. An overlay project was done, I don't know how many years ago or months ago maybe. But were never completed with any markings whatsoever. So we need to pay more attention to putting more paint on our streets. I ride these streets every day and the paint is so worn out that it's not even visible. So we need to invest more in making sure that we complete our streets, as the Complete Streets proposal was made 10 years ago when I was active with that. I appreciate you guys all considering this, and please make it your vote to pass our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy is next, followed by Ed.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm here today to strongly support Nicole's petition, calling for the use of high visibility crosswalks and stop bars citywide. Let me be clear, this is not about paint. This is about policy, priorities, and lives. The City of Phoenix is committed to Vision Zero. You've pledged to end traffic deaths, but while over 100 pedestrians are killed by vehicles each year in our city, we continue to use crosswalk markings that are outdated, low visibility, and non-compliant with federal standards. These markings are a known hazard, and the city's own Vision Zero Advisory Committee recommended replacing them. Yet no formal policy has been adopted. So what's the point? What Nicole is asking is a simple request. Codify what your own task force already endorsed. Don't just install safer markings when it's convenient or cheap, just require them. Because right now it's not just drivers ignoring crosswalks, it's the city too. In March, Phoenix paid $3 million to the family of a woman struck and killed in the city crosswalk. We don't need more settlements, we need accountability. So staff recommends denying this petition based on budget limitations. That argument falls flat. We're spending tens of millions annually on traffic safety. If we can't afford to stripe safer crosswalks citywide, then we're not spending the money where it counts. The petition is measured, it's aligned with national best practices and your own Complete Streets policy. This is the kind of leadership residents want, transparent, data-driven, and grounded in equity. So you have the power and the obligation to act. I urge you to approve this petition and send a clear message. Safety is not optional, it's a standard.
Ed is next, followed by Kristen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity, and first want to thank the Mayor and Council for passing Vision Zero in 2022. I'm here as a chair of the Vision Zero Community Advisory Committee, which is a group of citizens that this body formed in 2022. The committee was formed in 2023, and appreciate my councilperson Pastor, for appointing me to that committee. It's a lot of fun. As was previously mentioned, the committee recommended December 11th of 2024 to upgrade our striping, to implement stop bars, which is something that it really is a low-hanging fruit item that can be done. Other cities are doing it already. Scottsdale, Mesa are already doing stop bars, and many other cities around the country are doing what's called high visibility crossing. So ladders, zebra striping, they're more durable, they're higher visibility, and the U.S. Highway Safety Department did a study that showed that these crosswalks, when they're upgraded to high visibility, they can reduce pedestrian crashes up to 42%. We've got a long way to go to achieve Vision Zero. Our most recent Road Safety Action Plan report stated that, unfortunately, crashes are up and fatalities are up by 2.8% nationally. They're up 5.5% in Arizona, and Phoenix is even worse. It's up 5.7%. So crashes are happening and increasing at almost twice the national rate. We've got to do something to address this. The concept here is this is a fairly low-hanging fruit way to improve safety. It's not going to be done overnight, but the concept from the committee was, as we're restriping already, as we're repaving already, let's move and upgrade that to high visibility crosswalks, to stop bars, and let's save lives. I really appreciate the time, and I'm in support of the petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen is next, followed by Stacy. Kristen Hegley. Stacy is next, then.
Yes, thank you. I live in District 8, and whether I'm getting around on foot or walking my bicycle through a crosswalk, I find that drivers in Phoenix are often not looking for pedestrians or cyclists at intersections or crosswalks, or they see us and continue driving, often over the speed limit, even after we've already entered the crosswalk. Paint isn't perfect, but after I flagged a problematic crosswalk on 40th Street near McDowell with no signage and very minimal paint, where drivers would never stop for me, the street department installed new signs and added high visibility crosswalks. These changes made it much easier for me to get across this very busy street at a crosswalk that's actually part of a designated bike route. With our city's wide streets and overall street design that is focused on traffic volume and vehicle throughput, using paint to help enhance the visibility of pedestrians and to create more space between them and cars is the least we can do to make our streets a little bit safer for those outside of vehicles. This is a lower cost option that will help save lives. Let's continue making Phoenix a safer place for everyone to get around. Thank you to the mayor and council for your time, and I urge you to approve the petition.
Thank you. Stacy is next, followed by Abby.
Thank you. As Jeremy mentioned, Phoenix just recently paid $3 million to family members of a 21-year-old pedestrian who was hit and killed in a crosswalk by a city garbage truck in 2024. 21. I've worked with someone who knew her, actually. She's not the first person to be hit in a crosswalk, and she won't be the last. As our vehicles have gotten larger, it's difficult to see a person, especially a child, in front of your vehicle. Stop bars for vehicles and high visibility crosswalks exist in cities around the country and world because they help protect both pedestrians and drivers, and they save lives. Does the streets department or this council believe that children are only present on city streets around schools? Have they thought about seniors or those who use wheelchairs or moms with kids walking to and from grocery stores? I wonder how much paint we could buy with $3 million. And I'm sure you have a lot of community members who spoke out here today who would volunteer their time to help paint high visibility crosswalks if you needed that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Abby? Great.
Hi, council members and mayor. My name is Abby Tomich. The installation of stop bars and high visibility crosswalks at signalized and unsignalized pedestrian intersections citywide, starting with the high injury network and schools, is altogether a straightforward and cost-effective measure to enhance safety and reduce fatalities on our streets. This recommendation does align with the Vision Zero Community Advisory Board's recommendation and objectives, prioritizing increasing visibility for both drivers and pedestrian, which is crucial for preventing collisions. Other cities have successfully implemented similar citywide initiatives, significantly reducing road collisions. The executive task force came to the Vision Zero Advisory Committee and came back after we gave them that recommendation and completely demolished it and said if all crosswalks are high visible, then no crosswalks are high visible. This type of thinking is counterintuitive and an excuse to not implement anything. Are all traffic lights not visible then? Are all stop signs not stop signs then? Implementing these critical safety features is a clear path to safer streets. Let's get this done.
Thank you. And then I think I called Annie Eldon for a previous item and she wasn't here. We don't have Annie. All right, then I think that concludes public comment. All right, we'll turn to Councilwoman Stark.
Thank you. Could Randy come up? You know, I'm a great supporter of Vision Zero, and I do think that high visibility crosswalks work, and I'm trying to understand because I thought we were trying to implement the recommendations of the committee. So.
Good morning, or good afternoon. It feels like morning. We've been here long enough. Yes, so thank you for asking the question. We have already started doing a lot of high visibility crosswalks, especially on our arterials where there are unsignalized is where we started. So the staff has been to all of those and included those in high visibility already. We're starting to work on collectors as we come through and pave those collectors, and on the unsignalized, putting them there. We also, as you know, in the school zones and now in high schools, we're starting to put in the yellow striping as well to make those high visibility.
Thank you. And then as far as the stop bars, I thought you were going to start working on those as well, especially in areas where, like school zones and.
Mayor and Council, thank you. That's a good question as well. We have a few locations where we've started putting them under very specific criteria if we think it's going to be a safety issue and where the data has shown that those are required.
And I know a couple years ago we did apply for a grant, Vision Zero grant, and it was not funded to us. Are we still trying to compete for the grant money?
Mayor and Council, yes, we are. We're always looking for opportunities to fund things through grants.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pastor.
So, Brandy, and it'll show in my record, but when Vision Zero first came about and it was presented to the council, I was one that voted no at the very beginning because it wasn't very clear on what we were doing and how we were going to go about it. Vision Zero went a little bit of several votes, and we finally got there to Vision Zero because I finally was like, yes, we need safety within our city. And Vision Zero was created and a committee was created intentionally to provide expertise, but also remarks and suggestions and recommendations. And I feel like we're here today at this space is because some of the community or community at large does not feel like they're being heard and we're implementing what we need to implement. Now, I just heard right now that as Councilwoman Stark asked several questions, that I heard, yes, we're doing this, we're doing that, boom, boom, boom. I would like a timeline and understanding as to when and how and the cost as we roll out new areas to this process. I also would like, I may be putting her on the spot, but I would also like to put this subject into TIP so that we can have it in TIP and we can discuss all the nuances of this motion due to the fact that there are some pieces and cost of putting some of these recommendations in, and we can work that out in our committee. And those are just my comments.
Councilwoman Hunt Washington.
Thank you, Mayor. Many of my questions have been, or comments have kind of been raised by my colleagues, but I just wanted to just ask a couple questions. Do we have an estimate of how many intersections would be affected by this proposal?
Mayor and Council, if we did all the signalized intersections, we have over 1,200 signalized intersections to date.
Okay. And I heard the question, but I don't think I heard the answer. Do we have an idea of what the costs would be to actually implement both the high visibility crosswalks as well as the stop bars?
Mayor and Council, on the high visibility crosswalks, if we just looked at the 1,200 signalized intersections, it's over $19 million to do all four ways. There's no, and then we have over 100,000 stop signs in the city with about $2,000 a piece on those.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then I wanted to just kind of echo my colleague's sentiments. I do think that this probably is a matter we should discuss further in the TIP subcommittee. And I would ask that if the chair is willing to receive that we have further discussion regarding this in TIP.
Councilwoman Stark.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And actually, we might want to have the chair be a part of the presentation, the chair of Vision Zero Committee be a part of the presentation so we can get a better idea of what they've been talking about over. And I know I talk to you from time to time, but I would appreciate a dialogue on that. I mean, to me, and the biggest complaint I get in my district is speeding and running red lights and the safety of our streets. So I think it's important that we address those concerns. And you're right, we have the wrong percentage of pedestrian deaths. I mean, it's embarrassing. So, I know that you're trying, but we've really got to make sure we're out there and trying and addressing these issues. They're of the utmost importance. And I remember we had a teenage girl that was killed in crosswalk at 7th and Bell, like 2 days before Christmas, and it just broke my heart. So I really think we need to tackle this and make sure we are making it a priority. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So maybe either for our city manager or city attorney, could you give us a motion that would result in this discussion going to a high visibility crosswalk discussion at TIP that's appropriate with the city charter?
So Mayor and Council, I would say that I think direction has been given to staff and to the chair to go ahead and put this on TIP. So okay. I don't think that needs to be included in a motion, but certainly it could be if council would like to include that in a motion.
Okay, so we're good then. Okay, thank you. That is very helpful. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. So just a clarifying question: if direction has been given,
then
what is our direction on the vote?
Yeah.
So, Mayor, members of council, that is certainly up to council how they want to vote on the petition, whether they want to postpone it and have it come back after subcommittee, or whether they want to take action today with the understanding that it will be going to subcommittee.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Pastor.
I think I'm going to go off the fly, but I motion for the citizens petition to go into the TIP committee for the petition to be heard and for street transportation and departments to present on high visibility crosswalks. I'm going off the fly, but.
Okay. And just could we get some,
And
I think
stop
that
ours.
the staff knows sort of what the goal is, but could you help us with?
Mayor, members of council, I would say then it would be to refer the petition to the TIP committee to address high visibility crosswalks and stop bars.
Okay.
All right. We're good with that? And I'm sorry, did we, Councilman Hud Washington?
I guess I just had a clarifying question. I thought the citizens petitions had to be heard by council, not necessarily a subcommittee. It had to be resolved within a certain time frame. So my interpretation of, my thought was that we would,
Because one time we had to reject the citizen petition and schedule a council meeting, so I just want help. Do we need to do that?
I mean, I'll defer to the city attorney, but my understanding is that the council is required to simply take action on the citizen petition, and you are doing that by referring it back to the subcommittee to go through additional work, and then they can bring it back for final council action. That's my perspective, but I'm not an attorney.
Yeah, and Mayor, members of council, it would certainly be up to the subcommittee whether they wanted to refer it back to council. So by council hearing the matter today and taking action, that would suffice for the charter.
Okay. And Denise, help me, did we have a second?
No, Mayor.
Second.
All right, second. Thank you.
Second.
All right. And this could be a voice vote.
Yes, Mayor.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? We're off to subcommittee. And we are off to item 107, which is a citizen petition submitted by Stacy Champion. The floor is yours, Stacy. And Stacy will be followed by Christopher Collins.
For the past 18 years, I have fought my ass off on my own time and dime to make our city streets safer, more equitable, and sustainable. Sorry, I had to completely cut this because of being given 2 minutes, so which is also just ridiculous. I see council who say in one breath they care about public health and safety, yet have done little to really address the jarring reality of how deadly Phoenix streets are for drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists. This city has sacrificed speed and convenience over quality of life and safety for long enough. I don't really expect the majority of you to be bold today because you aren't. I'm used to you kicking cans down the road and placating the have-mores because that's been my experience over all these years. Another study is a stalling tactic. The same can be said for any listening sessions, and you know that. I doubt you'll have the courage to do what should have been done years ago. So if you don't do the courageous thing today, moving forward, my hope is that every person who is harmed from the 7th Street and 7th Avenue rush hour reverse lanes, whether a driver, pedestrian, cyclist, business, or homeowner, makes you and the city culpable for any damages, loss of life, injury, or harm. I hope every personal injury attorney names you in lawsuits and holds you accountable, because you will be. I hope the families send you photos of their loved ones who were harmed, and I hope you think about them when you look at yourself in the mirror every day. I spent this past weekend in a city with mostly 2-lane streets with 25-hour speed limits, boulevards with buffered pedestrian crossings, real protected bike lanes, stop bars and high visibility crosswalks at every intersection, good public transportation parklets, and a lot of healthy, happy people. So today, no matter what you decide, and that you will have to live with for the rest of your lives, I will know I've done everything within my power as a public citizen of this godforsaken city to fight for positive change, and will have the courage to walk away with grace. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher is next, followed by Lydia.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Collins, and I wanted to start by thanking Mayor Gallego and the City Council for all their hard work and service. It's because of you and small businesses like ours have the ability to thrive. I own a collection of restaurants here in Phoenix and operate the Neighborly on 7th Street in Missouri. In addition to being a business owner, I live between the 7s on 3rd Street in Maryland. My boys go to St. Francis, and we practice sports at several of the local fields. I can say without hesitation that I live my life between the 7s. I've affectionately referred to the middle lane as the suicide lanes when I was in high school, but now that I'm an adult and I live my life between the 7s, I realize that there is concern. The Neighborly is a struggling business, and that is mirrored by several local businesses that struggle on 7th Street. In my 2 years at this location, I've had 3 different restaurants come and go in the same center, and it's a small center. I've been offered new leases along 7th Street to develop new and exciting concepts for our uptown neighborhood, and have declined very generous offers, citing 7th Street as the barrier to success. It's frustrating to know that guests avoid our building during specific times of the day because of a program that is only utilized on these 2 streets. While with examples of Central Avenue and 16th Street having vibrant dining scenes, I see no reason why the entire valley does not want to rush between the 7s to enjoy our restaurants. Instead, it's a local tip to avoid the area altogether. It's a constant in our life that during our silent happy hour, we hear long sounds of honking cars and frequent car accidents. And it's daily that the middle lane is held up by a driver that just doesn't understand the program. I want to share a daily routine of avoiding 7th Street. I take 12th Street to Missouri, cross 7th Street, take 6th Street into the neighborhood, and enter my restaurant through the back church parking lot. Even more concerning is spending time on my street playing with my sons and seeing cars race between the 7s because they can't take a left on one of the streets. If my wife were here, she would share her fear of cutting across 4 lanes to go to the grocery store. Please help our families and businesses experience the normalcy the rest of the city enjoys. Thank you.
Lydia is next, followed by Teresa.
She just wanted to speak if necessary.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so Lydia is available to speak if necessary, but is again in support of the citizen petition. And then Teresa, you are next, followed by Jeremiah.
And Jeremiah had to leave, just saying. Okay. Every day at rush hour, our neighborhoods turn into highways, not by choice, but because of a decision made in 1979. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Teresa Dickinson. I'm a pharmacist, a business owner on 7th Avenue, a past resident of Carnation neighborhood, and a current resident of Royal Palm. I'm here tonight to ask you what to do what's right, eliminate the reverse lanes. These lanes are outdated, confusing, and harmful to our neighborhoods and businesses. They were created in 1979 to serve a very different Phoenix. Since then, we have built the 51 freeway, expanded the I-17, launched the light rail, and have many people working from home. Central Phoenix isn't a pass-through, it's our home. Because of these lanes, drivers can't make left turns. Instead, they speed into our neighborhoods, turning quiet streets into dangerous cut-throughs. Now that I live in Royal Palm, I have to, in the north, have to cut onto a speed-bumped street in the neighborhood on the northeast corner of 7th Ave Northern in order to get to the 51. And I can't turn onto Northern going south. We've gathered over almost 5,000 signatures from local residents and businesses, a clear sign that the community is behind this. A recent poll showed 80% of the pollers wanted the lanes eliminated. We also have support letters from the 7th Avenue Merchants Association, nearby neighborhoods, and key local businesses. Remember, Bash's is no longer here even. The numbers are clear. Just 3 to 4% of drivers use these lanes, but 96% of us live with their negative impacts every day. We deserve safer streets. We deserve calmer neighborhoods. We deserve to get to our homes and businesses without aggravation. Please end the reverse lanes. Make this moment the city chose safety, community, and progress over speed. Thank you.
Jeremiah had to leave but is in support of the petition. Camille is next, followed by Dave. Dave Jenkins.
just in case. She's my backup for the baby. My name is Camille, and thank you to City Council and Mayor for listening. First, I would like to say thank you very much for listening with new ears to this petition that you may have heard before. I think this is a real opportunity to make policy that impacts people's daily lives, and that is deeply impactful to me and my community, so thank you. I'm a mother and realtor in Central Phoenix. I do my fair share of driving for my work and also taking my eldest daughter to school on the 7s. There is not a day that goes by that I let her sit in the front seat of the car. On our way to school, we have seen no less than a dozen head-on collisions. Although she's big enough to do so, she never sits in the front, and we have seen enough near misses in addition to the collisions for a lifetime. We regularly have to cut through neighborhoods to head the direction needed during the times of day the suicide lanes are in effect. You'll hear many comments today, such as the middle lanes being underutilized, that people from out of town cannot adapt quickly enough to make this safe. The holidays are especially dangerous because they feel like weekends, but you have to remember it's not a weekend, so you can't use those lanes, or you can, when the lanes aren't in use there, which are valid and true. But I think the most effective approach to deciding this matter is to look directly at the problem for yourselves. Spend a morning or two, if you're at all conflicted about this, on Camelback or Indian School on 7th Street on the corner at the heaviest time of traffic. And just watch. Just watch. There's very little I can say that is more powerful than that. And as they say, the proof is in the pudding. Good design should work for the majority of people. I implore you to see that this is flawed design and not just driver error. Or at the very least, spend a day on the corner and decide for yourself. Thank you so much.
Dave Jenkins is next, followed by Patrick Kelly.
Hello, Mayor and the Phoenix City Council members. You can't take me anywhere. I'm Dave Jenkins, a longtime resident of District 4. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I urge you to restore order to 7th Avenue and 7th Street by eliminating the reverse lane. We all reside in a family-friendly neighborhood with rich diversity. We do not want a freeway cutting through our community. I live just off 7th Avenue, and I have observed that many drivers do not respect the posted speed limits or the designated hours. I personally experienced near fatal accidents due to outsiders treating our streets like a racetrack. Our local businesses, such as Copper Star Coffee and Joe's Diner, rely on morning breakfast crowd, while new diner establishments depend on evening patrons for their survival. When family and friends visit, I often find myself in a state of panic, trying to explain how to navigate our streets safely. Please protect our neighborhood by ending the confusion caused by the reverse lanes. Thank you for your consideration.
Patrick is next, followed by Tabitha.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm the president of the 7th Avenue Merchant Association. I have a business on 7th Avenue since 2007. Over the years, I've seen numerous accidents, a lot of honking at the intersection of Indian School and 7th. That intersection gets over 60,000 vehicles that go through, which is great, as a business owner, all those eyeballs. But those eyeballs are going so fast, they don't even notice our businesses. They don't even notice themselves. The issues that I have as the president of the Merchant Association and our other businesses on the avenues is that depending on what time of the day that the businesses are open, they lose clients and customers. We're talking about budgets. We're talking about income. We're losing income because of the decision of what streets is doing or not doing. We have this conversation with council, new council, and other council people that have come in over the years. And we have not come to a decision or conclusion on why we are keeping the reverse lanes. I know some council people prefer the reverse lanes because that gets their constituents home faster. But what about our businesses and our neighborhoods and our people? We have the right. Thank you.
Tabitha is next, followed by Andrew.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Tabitha. I also live, breathe, drink, eat between the sevens, happily stay between the sevens as much as I can. I'm in District 4, and I live over on 5th Avenue in Willow. I'm here today to beg you to put an end to the dangerous reverse lanes on 7th Ave and 7th Street. These roads are not just havoc highways, they're barriers that tear at the fabric of our community. I live and work along 7th Avenue. Every day I witness confused drivers swerving, horns blaring, near head-on misses that make my heart stop. Even when I understand the rules of the road, I face aggression from drivers who don't. The anxiety follows me home. I can't turn left into my neighborhood, and I plan my day around avoiding these chaos corridors during the 5 critical hours of the reverse lane activation. Our vibrant small businesses in the Melrose District, which should be the crown jewel of Phoenix, suffer as a result. Instead, I have to think twice about stopping for my morning coffee at my beloved Copper Star Coffee because turning left feels like I'm gambling with my life. These are businesses mere blocks from my home, and I think twice about patronizing them because of the unsafe roads. A 2024 study at ASU confirmed what we already know. The reverse lanes are underutilized by drivers, most likely because they don't want to risk a head-on collision or a game of chicken with drivers who are confused. The city's own 2021 study found numerous instances where drivers performed unsafe maneuvers. I have seen many of them. The study's minimum recommendation to install illuminated signs has been ignored. I am asking you today to choose people over pavement, communities over commutes, and public safety over minutes saved. And the reverse lanes.
Andrew is next, followed by Steve Procaccini.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Andrew, and I'm the president of the Witten District neighborhood. Our western border is 7th Street, and I'm speaking not only for myself, but also many of the 1,200 households within the Witten bounds. At our neighborhood meeting last week, the message was very clear. We want the reverse lanes removed. For 5 hours a day, 7th Street becomes a mini highway that cuts us off from the businesses, parks, and places that we should be able to walk to safely. These lanes divide our community literally and socially. Even worse, these lanes are just plain dangerous. There's no room for error, and the consequences are head-on collisions. As a result, fatal crashes have happened along the 7s, and they will continue to happen as long as we do not turn this lane into a turn lane 24/7. Obviously, we don't raise speed limits to 70 miles per hour in neighborhoods, even though it would move traffic faster, because we know it would kill people. We don't remove traffic lights from busy intersections because we know they save lives. So why do we accept reverse lanes, which are confusing, dangerous, and known to cause fatal mistakes, just to shave a few minutes off of our commute? If the reverse lanes are critical to keeping commute times low, then it just means our highway systems are seriously broken, and we need to find real long-term solutions instead of placing the burden on communities like mine and others. Please take this opportunity to show us that the transportation policy of Phoenix does not just move people, but it also protects them. Please take this opportunity to show us that this leadership wants to encourage communities to connect and grow together and not solidify the things that literally divide them. Without a reverse lane, someone might be a few minutes late to work. With a reverse lane, someone might never make it to work again. We can't always fix these complex problems, but this one is simple and certainly within the power and ability of our city leadership. Please vote to remove the reverse lanes and help knock down just one barrier on our way to a more unified community. Thank you.
Steve is next, followed by Maggie.
Hello again. Thank you, Mayor and Council members. We've been some of us, for a long time, working on this to try to end the reverse lanes. And this goes back with Teresa from Melrose Pharmacy, back to when Doug Lingner, the late Doug Lingner, was a council member here, and we had a meeting in his office, and we're trying to get this reversed. And that was at least 15, I don't know, 18 years ago. And here we still are fighting to get them taken away. It's just a terrible system, very dangerous. Most people I know totally avoid using the sevens during either of the rush hours because it's just too scary, not only in the suicide lane, but in your own lane. So the regular traffic lanes. But I do have questions for you, rhetorical or otherwise, if I may ask. Do any of you use the reverse lanes during a rush hour? Have you? Do you like them? Do you feel safe and confident using them either for yourself or your loved ones? Do you feel they are beneficial to the multiple miles of neighborhoods and businesses that are along this temporary highway twice a day? If you haven't driven the suicide lanes, as they're known, and they could also be called perhaps murder lanes at rush hour, perhaps you should, but please do so carefully and at your own risk. They are scary. So I beg you to please support eliminating the reverse lanes on the sevens. They're outdated. They're dangerous. The city has changed. We don't need them anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker is Maggie Riley, followed by David Riley.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Maggie Riley. I'm a lifelong Phoenix resident and native, currently living in District 6. I'm a daily commuter and a mother of 3. I'm here today for the past 4.5 hours, rather than be with my children for them. I live off of 7th Avenue in Glendale in the Madison Meadows neighborhood. There's only one way out of my neighborhood, and that's on 7th Avenue. They are 3 future drivers. The thought of them driving on the suicide lanes scares the bejesus out of me. I have not spoken to anyone here, but my story is eerily similar to many of theirs, getting my children to school every day, cutting through neighborhoods, followed by a plethora of people doing the same. As I said, I'm a Phoenix resident, a native, a daily commuter, and a mother of 3. I'm here today to urge you to end these suicide reverse lanes. These lanes were introduced 50 years ago. Yes, 50 years ago. But Phoenix has changed. We've expanded freeways like the 51 and the 17, not to mention that many residents now work from home. Reverse lanes now function like high-speed highways, as one of the business owners said, a mini I-10 right in the middle of our city. In residential neighborhoods, nonetheless. They're outdated and they're dangerous. Every morning I drive, I'm forced to cut through neighborhoods. They're confusing to visitors and new drivers. They create a recipe for road rage and accidents. They hurt local businesses. I myself avoid many of these businesses because of the stress of turning on 7th Avenue. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and please, neon signs, that's a Band-Aid, not a solution.
After David will be Haley Ritter.
Mayor and Council, my name is David Riley. I'm a traffic engineer. I specialize in implementations like reverse lanes. I have invested over 100 hours and counting in collecting data and analyzing that data of the 7's reverse lanes. Here are 5 important facts that past studies failed to report to you. Number 1, crashes during reverse lanes are 2 times higher than a normal road. Number 2, 7's are not high-volume roads. They are on par with 19th Avenue and 16th Street that operate well without reverse lanes. Number 3, very few cars utilize the reverse lanes. My ongoing data collection shows an average of only 3 cars in the reverse lanes each time the traffic signal turns green. Number 4, they force left-turning traffic to cut through neighborhoods. And number 5, they don't meet required national standards for reverse lanes. Some history. That's it for the 5 points. Now on to some history that is fueling some fear of removing the reverse lanes. The reverse lanes were warranted in the 80s. Traffic used to be bad. However, a big change happened in the early 2000s. The SR 51 and I-17 freeways were fully built out. As a result of this build out, traffic on the 7s dropped by a staggering 40% in the year 2000, and volumes on the 7 has been the same for the past 24 years. Traffic has not grown on the 7s, it's remained the same. Past studies reported high traffic delay if the reverse lanes were removed. This study incorrectly used traffic volumes almost 2 times higher than actual volumes. I have more, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Haley is next, followed by Bill.
I am in full support of this petition to eliminate the reverse lanes on 7th Street and 7th Avenue. Just like everyone else has said, they're not necessary anymore. They're very outdated and they don't need to be in our communities. I ride my bike through those sections all the time, and it's just a little scary. If anything, maybe eventually we'll have some bike lanes on those streets. So I just wanted, that's all I want to say. Thank you for supporting this petition to end those reverse lanes.
Bill is next, followed by Annette.
Good evening, Council. Bill Sandwig. I own Copper Star Coffee in District 4, and I live in District 7. There's a C.S. Lewis quote I like: "Do not cite the deep magic to me. I was there when it was written." I'm a third-generation Arizonan and Valley native. Most recently, I've lived between the 7s for 26 years now. I will not stand up here for 2 minutes and explain to you why you need to get rid of the reverse lanes. We do. Rather, I'm here to give a history lesson. As somebody who saw the north-south congestion in Phoenix during the 1980s, the reverse lanes were an integral part of getting people around town. There were only 8 lanes of traffic through the mountain passes in those days. The 5 Points intersection at Dunlap 7th and Cave Creek was the busiest intersection in the state of Arizona. The corner of 32nd Street and Shea was the 4th busiest intersection in the state of Arizona. Tatum and Shea was often top 5. Today, none of them are in the top 10. I can remember 24th Street backed up from Lincoln all the way down to Camelback. I can remember 16th Street backed up from Northern all the way down to Missouri. I can remember 7th Street gridlock from Dunlap all the way back to Camelback, and sometimes when it rained to Osborne and Thomas. Central was a 2-lane parking lot along the bridle path every day during rush hour. Most of these problems were solved by the addition of 6 lanes of freeway through the Dreamy Draw. While reverse lanes do increase capacity, they decrease mobility at a time when we desperately need more mobility in the city of Phoenix. As you know, east-west congestion is a real problem in the Phoenix these days, and I don't want to see reverse lanes on Indian School through Arcadia, or on Thunderbird through Moon Valley, or on Baseline or Southern through South Phoenix. It's time to remove the reverse lanes from our city as we continue to build apartment housing between the 7s and people try to get home to the high-rise apartments that we are building in our downtown core. There's nothing that reverse lanes can do that cannot be accomplished by modern traffic management software. They're an old tech solution to a problem that is long gone. It's time to move into the future. Thank you.
Annette is next, followed by Eric.
Annette had to leave.
Okay, Annette had to leave, but Annette is in support of the petition. Eric is next, followed by Jeremy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Eric. The left lane is the fastest lane. It's the lane we travel when we're passing other cars or when we're in a hurry. Essentially, the sevens take the left two fastest traveling lanes and put them into the closest proximity of each other at the busiest times, morning and evening rush hour. I worked for 15 years at 5244 North 7th Street. It's a large automotive repair shop. I had a front row seat to the reverse lanes. I dealt with thousands of customers over the years. I never heard a customer say the reverse lanes added convenience to their lives or saved them time. In fact, it was just the opposite. They would purposely avoid them, scheduling their appointments at times where they were not being used if they could. Several of my customers were involved in collisions, and I would always get the question, so can I make a left turn into your business from the reverse lane? We all know the answer, yes, I would say, unless it's otherwise posted. So I would see them from the service drive window, a car with its turn signal on, waiting for traffic to clear in 7th Street. Then a car slamming on its brakes behind them, using their horn as if it's a ruler, honking at my customer for 10 to 15 seconds at a time. My customer would make the left when the traffic cleared into the business, although some of them would speed off and go around the block. They'd pull up front, get out of their car, and you know what the first thing they would say? I thought you said I could make a left turn into here. Why was that guy honking at me? You can, I'd say, because they're impatient. So now I have a customer who is not having a great day because of their malfunctioning car, but is also physiologically worked up from being honked at for 15 seconds. I oppose the reverse lanes. Thank you.
Jeremy's next, followed by Jamie.
Again, this is not a traffic engineering debate. You don't need to be a traffic engineer to understand this, although we have one that does. This is a moral decision. And every one of you knows the truth now, and you should know the truth all along, but the reverse lanes have double the crash rate of comparable 16th and 19th when you level out for traffic. So when you put it down to the same amount of traffic, the crash rate is double. That alone should be the answer, right? Like, that's clear as day. But here we are, 50 years later. We've also, in the study, the 2021 study, hundreds of illegal left turns happen from this biased study that was biased for the reverse lane, still admit to this. So the pedestrians that are hit, 82% chance that they die if you get into an accident if you're a pedestrian. It's higher than anywhere else in the city. To continue these lanes is now negligence for the city. This isn't, there is no data that supports keeping them. The study is so flawed in so many ways. It's also a financial failure. So if you're looking for reasons, I mean, the only reason that you wouldn't change it at this point would be the cost to do it. But the cost is higher to keep them. The accidents, according to ADOT's stats, are ridiculous. It costs about $13 million a year for the additional accidents that happen compared to 16th and 19th when leveled out for traffic. And the accidents happen, they're all, when you map them out, which I have, I'm probably over 200 hours at this point into this, they're all happening in the Melrose, the retail districts, Coronado, Restaurant Row. These are where the accidents happen, where the people are, where we're trying to build up. We're losing tax revenue, hand over foot on this, and it makes no sense. So you have the data, choose wisely. Thanks.
Jamie is next, followed by John.
Hi, Jamie Truffin. I live downtown, and I support a lot of the businesses that are up in Midtown. And it's really hard to get there. Just as a pedestrian, cyclist, or even as a transit user, it can be very difficult to get there because of the sevens. Usually there's an accident, you have to get off the bus, you can't even use it because there's a crash there, which goes to my point about earlier when you guys were discussing budget hearings and response times. If you're having more crashes here because of the reverse lanes, you're reducing response time for other uses that could have been much better prioritized instead of focusing on these reverse lanes. Also, the reverse lanes are kind of like a futon. No one really likes a futon, so it's trying to act like a highway. It's kind of act like a street where people live in. It's kind of doing a bad job at both. So we really need to focus on making our streets safer, and we could do that by a simple changing the lanes back to we could even do like 7th Street, have 3 north, 2 south, or 7th Ave do the opposite if we really want that counterflow. But there's just so many better options that are very cheap. And we even have money with Prop 479 to fix these roads, and we don't want to see that with digital signs. We have $25 million close to each of the 7s in Prop 479, and we would like that to be used to improve the streets, not to put stupid little digital signs on them. We need something that's going to benefit economically. We got to look at the economic impacts. If we need more tax revenue, we need to improve these local businesses so people aren't rushing to Chick-fil-A, but they're rushing to the small businesses that are in Midtown and downtown. And that's it. Thank you.
John is next, followed by AJ.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you for this opportunity. My hometown has been taken away from me. When I was a teenager, there was hardly any traffic jams to speak of. Since then, traffic has gotten horrendous. I can hardly drive anywhere without having to endure stop and go traffic. These reverse lanes are one of the few things I know of that the city has done to increase traffic flow. We, the citizens, put a petition on a ballot measure to build the Squaw Peak Freeway along 20th Street and the Paradise Freeway just south of Missouri Avenue. The city did get started on the Squaw Peak Freeway, which was taken over by the state and is now not I-17, the other one. Recently, it took me a half an hour to drive from 15th Avenue to 51st Avenue. That's ridiculous. The city needs to do much more to improve traffic. I am saddened by the number of accidents that have been on these suicide lanes. That just shows you that we have a number of incompetent and/or inattentive drivers. If we could get rid of those, there would be less traffic accidents, and there'd be less congestion, and the traffic would run more smoothly. I have no problem with keeping within the lanes. The city needs to do more, including build the Paradise Freeway.
Is AJ still with us? She's not. No. She's not. Okay. AJ was neutral. Steve, did you want to testify on this one?
Mayor, thank you. You all received my comments
today
by email. And
perfect.
Fellow advocates are far more eloquent than I, so I support the petition.
Okay, so for those watching online, we will mark you in support of the petition. We have next Jason, followed by Ralph.
So, these reverse lanes, they seem engineered to increase capacity, but they're really bad at doing that. But when I visited here, when I first moved here 2 years ago, when I first saw those, I was like, these are engineered to kill people. Like, that was my first thought when I saw them. And when I showed my friends I'm from the West Coast. I'm from the Bay Area. We have things like public transit. We have BART. We have high capacity systems. We have dedicated bus lanes. We have tools in our toolbox to actually expand the capacity of our roadways, which seem to be alien concept here. When I told my friends about these, like, this is the stupidest thing I've seen in my life. People from other states laugh at us over this stuff. People from other countries laugh at us over this stuff. And the existence of reverse lanes is like the symbol of everything wrong with the mindset of not only the street department, but like the small limited mindset of the whole entire city council when it comes to what we can actually do as a city. And not just city council, but even many of the people who live here. It's just as someone who comes from a place where if there's a need for more capacity, there's immediately like, okay, we're going to build a bus here, dedicated bus lanes, we're going to build a metro here. There's no like thoughts about harebrained solutions. And even a long time ago, 1989, there was a plan to build Valtrans instead of trying to lean in more into the reverse lanes. So I definitely support getting rid of these. They're silly, and be serious. Like, this is ridiculous. Just get rid of them.
Ralph is next, followed by John. Ralph is next, followed by John. Ralph Borkman?
Good evening. My name's Ralph, and I live 1 block south of Osborne and 3 houses west of 7th Street. So I have a pretty good idea of what goes on firsthand on 7th Street. When reversible lanes first came into existence, it turned our relatively quiet Midtown residents into a raceway. With no left turns allowed at the signals, it left our residential streets as one of the only means of accessing the businesses that were on Osborne. It would seem to me this negative impact on residential neighborhoods would be enough to eliminate the reversible lanes. But there's lots more. Now, I'm familiar with a report that has just come out from city engineering, and they claim that the reversible lanes reduce travel time by 40%. From personal experience, I would argue with that study, because it's flawed, because it assumes that people use the reversible lanes. And from personal experience, people resist using the reversible lane, or as affectionately known as the suicide lane. And from personal experience, I can tell you that I personally won't use that particular lane. The lane may be available for use, but it's like the old saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Now, the city report suggests that more studies need to be made, and I would suggest that we do not need more studies. It's time to take action like other cities have, like Tucson, and eliminate reversible lanes on 7th Street and 7th Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. John is next, followed by Rockne. You will go around the back. Thanks. Floor is yours.
Hello, I am John Demko. Although I do not live in the city of Phoenix, instead in Tempe. However, I am involved with the Urban Phoenix project, and of course have been aware of the petition to end the reversible lanes on the 7s. And I'm in support of the petition, because they can, especially with just only the physical signage, it can be confusing for drivers, leading to collisions that can turn deadly. Yes, those traffic on the nearby freeways, and like I said, it just only physical signage instead of digital. However, the design can allow for many near misses that could go bad, like some other people have talked about. And plus, it can negatively impact the businesses along 7th Street and 7th Avenue too, from the inability to drivers' inability to access them safely. And plus, I can see that it could be bad for detours because they can't make left turns at the signals, forcing them to go straight. Thus, I do support removing the reverse lanes to make it safer for all users. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rockney's next, followed by Nicole.
Thank you, Mayor Gallego and council members. My name is Rocky Hanish. I'm an architectural designer, instructor of architecture at ASU, urbanist, and downtown resident. It's important to know that cities change. Please show us that we can keep up with the pace of how cities are evolving. The city of Phoenix, if we are going to be a sustainable and livable city on the world stage, and as Mayor Kate Gallego has affirmed, the most accessible city in America, we must collectively abandon old ways of thinking about the prioritization of automobiles as central to economic development. There was a time, 46 years ago, when the reverse lanes had a logic behind them. This time has come and gone. Today, the reverse lanes on the 7s represent an outmoded, dangerous, and ossified approach to moving cars to and from the downtown core. The 7s are the lowest hanging infrastructural fruit, outside of perhaps crosswalk visibility, to improve public safety. This is not a monetary issue. They are extremely dangerous, deadly, and have no place in a modern desert metropolis. A 2024 study, ADOT data, has confirmed what one could intuit in driving the 7s or having experienced them, that the reverse lanes cause chaos, are not conducive to an inclusive and accessible desert city. Twice as many accidents happen in the reverse lanes than in other areas, according to that ADOT data. Please take this opportunity to remove the reverse lanes and reutilize those areas for planted areas, turn lanes, and future expansion of multimodal transit. Additionally, and more broadly, please consider that cities are for people, not cars. If we do not take this opportunity to change the 7s to be a safer modality, a failure to adapt our streets more widely represents a deep apathy in regard to public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole is next, followed by Derek.
Okay. Nicole Rodriguez, I just want to let y'all know that my son's probably going to miss his high school graduation because that's how important this is today for him. So I'm here to demand that the end of the reverse lanes, not for another performative listening session. We've done that. And that's not listening. Today's listening, but another one of those type of listening sessions is not. It's just stalling. So let's be honest, the reverse lanes were born from a city council that didn't look like or live near the communities they bulldozed over. It was at the time an at-large city council dominated by suburban North Phoenix interests who sacrificed working-class neighborhoods in central Phoenix for their commuting convenience. We've been treated like a freeway on-ramp for decades, a red carpet for the privileged and entitled. The 2024 ASU study shows the lanes are underutilized. A former city traffic engineer warned council in the early 80s reverse lanes on the 7th Street were dangerous after collisions increased on 7th Avenue where they were first implemented. And what did the council do? Ignored it. Their solution, more police. As if patrol cars can solve poor infrastructure design. We have violated federal traffic safety standards over a decade. Reverse lanes are for highways. They are not for neighborhoods. You want to balance needs. This isn't parenting. We're not your children. This is failed leadership if we decide to ignore this petition, hiding behind delayed tactics. Visionless politicians don't deserve a seat at the table. Please show courage. And please, please, end the reverse lanes today. We need the opportunity to finally thrive. We have been suppressed for way too long, and you have plenty of businesses here that were able to give their testimony today. There's many more.
Derek is next, followed by Lucas.
Hello, to the City Council. I stand before you today having prioritized this discussion over my own graduation ceremony from Bioscience High School to urge the removal of the 7's reverse lanes. These lanes are incredibly disorienting for drivers on the 7's, particularly for visitors or new residents, posing a significant hazard for everyone. The idea that more signs will fix this is simply unrealistic. There is a sign near Osborne, and yet honking and crashes persist right underneath it. Even if we pour money into extensive signage at every intersection along the 7's, it won't eliminate the danger of a high-speed arterial. These lanes also create substantial barriers for those trying to access the businesses that line 7th Street and 7th Avenue. Living near 7th Street, I'm a daily witness to the escalating road rage and frequent collisions. I also observe drivers who have to speed through our neighborhood because they can't turn left at the signal. These reverse lanes are an obsolete and dangerous design for a growing city. The dangers to everyone far outweigh the benefits to a few.
Lucas is next, followed by Robert.
Hello, thank you to the mayor, to the city council. My name is Lucas Vargas. I'm 17 years old. I'm a rising senior, and I live in the area that we're talking about today. I'm sure the previous speakers have already told you how damaging and harmful these reverse lanes are to my community, but I just wanted to give you a new perspective that maybe some of you haven't heard. Now, I'm a new driver. I just got my license about 4 months ago, and I also try and bike and carpool to school whenever possible. And in order to get to school, I need to cross the absolute traffic nightmare that is the reversible lanes on 7th Avenue. For these reverse lanes, first off, they're very distracting. But specifically, for every brain cell that a driver has to spend on focusing on these signs telling them when they can and cannot drive in these lanes, that's one less piece of attention they're paying to me, a person on a bike trying to get across this road and simply trying to get to school. It's also dangerous to pedestrians who aren't expecting drivers to not be following the rules and aren't looking in the right directions when they come barreling down the street across the crosswalk at 50 miles an hour. So even though the traffic department study might say that removing these lanes will supposedly increase congestion, I say that, God forbid, you can't drive 50 miles an hour across the crosswalk that I'm trying to get to school on. Reverse lanes is a problem that we created ourselves. There's no time for continued studies, moving this to subcommittees. It's time that we finally act and remove the reverse lanes today. New signage is not the solution. That's $25 million that we could be using to actually build walkable streets that protect people like me trying to get to school. Instead, it's time we stop thinking that the only thing we should prioritize is maximizing car output while neglecting anyone else who's trying to get on with their lives. But what do I know? I'm just a kid trying to get to school. Please pass today's proposal.
And I'm sorry, we had two Roberts registered. Robert Warnicki is next, followed by Diane Barker.
I'm going to have to read, otherwise I'll talk forever. Hello, my name is Robert Warnicki. My law office is the infamous 1920s duplex at 2929 North 2nd Street, Phoenix. If you know, you know. I'm the vice president of the Phoenix Historic Neighborhoods Coalition. I'm here on their behalf. I reside in the La Hacienda Historic District, where I'm the neighborhood leader, and I serve on the Encanto Village with Nicole Rodriguez and Stephen Propercini. I was born here, and other than when I was away for school, I've lived and worked between the 7s my entire life. We won't talk about how long that is. The reverse lanes are better known as the suicide lanes. Stop and think about that. That's an acknowledgement of how dangerous they are. The suicide lanes create a limited exit expressway for commuters through the midtown on the 7s to downtown. That made sense in the late 1970s. Phoenix was different then. Midtown was an area wasn't defined. Now Midtown has the light rail, numerous high-rises, many multifamily projects of up to 7 stories have been improved throughout, including on the 7s. Significantly, it's the Encounter core. It's a core part of the city. We strive to create a workable committee with appropriate height, density, and intensity, and we have had great success in Midtown. Midtown is now populous with lots of employment opportunities and significant commercial and retail businesses. Midtown today likely rivals what downtown was in the 1970s, and even in the 1970s, they stopped the suicide lanes well north of downtown's intensity. The intensity we now have in Midtown. Midtown should not have the interruption in traffic flow causing dangerous driving and workarounds and posing a hazard to the walkable city that we have been trying to create. Today, we have the interconnected freeway system for moving commuter traffic. The 17, the 10 goes through Central Phoenix, and the 15. None of those existed in the 1970s as they do today. We had one freeway. It didn't come close to downtown. Phoenix is much different than it was in the late 1970s. Today, suicide lanes are misguided and wrong, to use your words. I talked too long. Thank you very much.
Diane is next, followed by Mark. Okay. Diane, we will mark in support of the citizen petition. Mark is next.
Evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mark Howard. I'm an Arizona native and longtime Phoenix resident who lives off 7th Street and owns businesses off 7th Avenue. I'm here on behalf of myself, my husband Rocco Meneguale, the 7 businesses at the Royale, and all those business patrons I wish I had at my businesses, but who won't come there because of the 7th. Here's what I know. This should be the easiest and lowest cost decision you make today. This isn't about moving a small number of people in and out of downtown 3 minutes faster twice a day. This isn't about creating more congestion on other streets. All streets are congested in the city core, and these lanes often create more congestion due to vehicles stopped in the wrong lanes, accidents, cars darting across traffic, whatever. This isn't about out-of-towners and residents who can't read signs. If you've ever owned a business and put a sign up that said, "Don't use the bathroom," people want to use the bathroom. So more signs are not the answer. Plus, many intersections don't even have signs. They just have that illuminated green or red X. This isn't about creating confusion if you were to remove the suicide lanes. Confusion, you can't turn at main intersections. Oh, except Camelback. No one can turn left in those lanes. Oh, except buses at any time. There's way too much confusion and chaos already. This isn't just about the residents and businesses that live and work along the 7s. It's about every resident and employee and out-of-state visitors who would use, or more specifically, would use those streets every day to use and utilize those businesses. This isn't about just weekday morning and evening hours. It's about every day. If they're confused during the weekday morning and evening hours, they're confused all day. They're confused on the weekends. The use of suicide lanes are outdated technology. You know it, we need to remove them. God, very few people who can actually use these lanes use the lanes. The latest figure I saw was 4 to 8%. These lanes prevent access to businesses who've invested a lot of money, including myself and Rocco, over $5 million to create the Royale. We need people and businesses to come to us every single day.
Thank you. If you signed up for virtual public comment and you are here in person, please make sure that the clerk knows that you are here in person. Ed is next, followed by Kristen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Ed Hermes here. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as well as the Carnation neighborhood. I'm the president of the Carnation neighborhood, which voted unanimously to ask the mayor and council to eliminate the reverse lanes. First, got to say thank you so much to our wonderful business owner, Mark, who just spoke. He's wonderful, came into our neighborhood, built a beautiful business, and I see how the reverse lane is hurting his business, and it's hurting our whole community. In the Carnation neighborhood, everybody has a story about how we avoid the reverse lanes and how we have to travel extra miles to avoid it. There's a gentleman who spoke earlier about congestion on Indian School Road, on 15th Avenue, trying to get to where he's trying to go. I guarantee you some of those are my neighbors avoiding the reverse lanes. We have to take 3 rights in order to do something we could go quickly just to take a left. We add additional 2, 3, 4 miles onto our commute to avoid 7th Avenue. And it's really unfortunate. The city has done a really great job in terms of building out new employment centers, in terms of diversifying where our housing is. This is not 1979 or 1981 because the city has been very effective at getting more employment centers. Another thing that has occurred since 1979 to 1981 is things like the Biltmore, other areas where not everyone's just coming downtown. And those folks have to turn onto Camelback Road or Indian School to get to those employment centers as well. It was mentioned the ASU study. It's really well done study. I'm going to pass out, if I can, some of the charts from the study. I'm holding one up right now, which talks about lane utilization rates, which was mentioned earlier. As you can see on this chart, and this is just talking about 7th Avenue, 7th Street has very similar numbers as well. 4% lane utilization rate in the afternoon, for example. It's very similar in the morning. What that means is they're not being used and they're not worth it anymore. So please vote in favor of the petition. Thank you so much.
Kristen is next, followed by Vicky. Kristen would be online. Kristen Hegley.
Thank you. The reverse lanes confuse drivers and they make the street more hostile to those outside of cars. They treat city streets like freeways rather than part of the fabric of neighborhoods. We have freeways in this area to move high volumes of traffic, the 51 and the I-17. These lanes hurt connectivity among our neighborhoods and businesses and have led to dangerous cut-through traffic in Phoenix neighborhoods. It's not surprising that no other city in Arizona has decided to adopt the reversible lane concept. It's not just regular citizens who would like to see the reverse lanes removed. Melrose Pharmacy, The Main Ingredient, Modern Manor, and Monsoon Market are just a few of the dozens of businesses that support ending the reverse lanes. Because the reverse lanes make it difficult for pedestrians and cyclists to cross the street and prohibit drivers from turning left, they impair the ability of these businesses to welcome in patrons and earn revenue. And as noted, the main purpose for these lanes' vehicle throughput is really null and void, knowing that most drivers do not use that lane. If the reverse lanes were so great, Phoenix would have replicated this design throughout the city, yet that hasn't been done. Let's help the businesses along the 7s flourish and make this area safer for drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians. I appreciate the council considering this petition, and I know you all want to make Phoenix a safer place to live. We cannot continue to focus solely on vehicle throughput while ignoring the safety of those outside of vehicles. Thank you for your time.
Also virtual, we'll go to Vicky, followed by Amy.
I'm Vicki Guffey, and I'm with the St. Francis District Neighborhood Association. And in addition to everything that you've heard already, the only other thing I would add personally is that I have neighbors that have been in accidents because of the 7s, the reverse lanes. And I have never seen the reverse lanes enforced by police. I think I support this petition, this outdated petition, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy is next online, followed by Dave.
Hi, this is Amy Esposito. I'm the resident in now District 4. And I just wanted to, anything that I would say I think has been spoken for in support of this initiative. I think I actually was planning to bring someone and come into person, but it just didn't work out. However, this person has moved here a few years ago, and when I mentioned the lanes and the 7s, they were like, "Oh, I really want to come. I can't. Those are so confusing." And I feel like most people, if you would ask them on the street if they had the capability to change this, they would, if you surveyed them, they would want that. So I think just from like anecdotal experience, most people find the lanes very confusing. I think it brings out the worst of car culture, of people just getting really frustrated during the most difficult time to drive, and being able to take that space and maybe make it more pedestrian friendly, which is something we've heard in other items around the importance of safety and around pedestrians and other forms of transit. It just seems like more of an opportunity than a drawback to change this this way of how we've had the sevens. And I think it would make a lot of neighborhoods, and as you've heard, businesses that are the heartbeat of our city thrive even more. So with that, I would like to give back whatever time I have. Thank you.
Thank you. We got about 4 more. Dave Tapley, followed by Lael.
Hello, council members. Thanks for giving me the opportunity for these couple of minutes. So I've lived off 7th Street next to the reverse lanes for about 10 years now. I'm actually just going to focus more on the data and on this 2021 study by Burgess and Neipel that's been brought up a few times. I'm just going to read you the last paragraph of that PDF. It says, eliminating the reversible lanes will partially or completely create operational delays and increase travel times by more than 40%. That's the conclusion of that study. Nowhere in that report is that 40% number actually clarified or substantiated. I've reached out to engineers several times over the past few years. No one can give me an answer for that number. It's literally still on phoenix.gov right now if you look up you guys' streets department's page on the reverse lanes. So I'm just going to, in the last minute, give my interpretation of the 2021 report. On the 7th Street reverse lanes, 5,700 crashes in 5 years. That's 1,140 crashes a year, or just over 3 crashes per day. So what I'd like you to think about at this time is, what if a light rail was crashing 3 times a day, every day? And I don't bring that up just, whimsically. I bring that up because per the numbers in that report, our current light rail on Central, with a train every 15 minutes, way surpasses the capacity of McDowell and 7th Street. There's far more seats on the light rail than there are on 7th Street. So, Councilman Waring, to your point earlier, I'm sympathetic to the needs of the police department and that DUIs and traffic violence is a huge problem. But let's be real, no amount of cops is ever going to be more efficient than just designing streets that don't create crashes. That's the solution here. So I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Registered as available to speak if necessary, but you stuck it out for hours. Lael, followed by Gina Thomas.
Yeah, name is Lael Rabat, Nonprofit Programs Director. When I purchased my home 13 years ago, I chose it not because of the tiny old ranch shoddy flip house itself. I chose it because I wanted to be part of this beautiful, diverse neighborhood. 7th Avenue Melrose District is beloved for walkable antique shops and ever-emerging unique businesses. I wanted to raise a child here and be able to walk everywhere like a real city. I don't feel safe walking with my child along 7th at all. The 7s get treated like a freeway, and during rush hour, it's impossible to feel safe on the sidewalk, let alone cross, as people honk, speed, and misinterpret what time it is and what the suicide lanes signify. I only learned that you're allowed to turn left from the lane going the opposite way a few months ago. I've witnessed people driving in every direction at all hours of the day and night. I've seen numerous head-on collisions. I'd love to create a song from the unique sound of the honking patterns that people play on their horns when somebody's going the wrong way and they're trying to warn them of impending head-on collision. It'll probably feature my vocals yelling, "It's a crosswalk, stop." When I drive my car heading into the cacophony, I go out of my way to avoid being anywhere near the lanes during the witching hours. No matter which direction I need to go, I draw squares to avoid left turns. They should hand out awards to anybody that's able to escape the post office, salad, McDonald's, Taco Bell drive-through chaos during rush hour. Our population has grown. Traffic goes every which way now. The lanes don't even make sense for emptying the city anymore. Yet, yes, during rush hour, it takes a little bit longer to go across major roads like Camelback and Indian School, but it's only ever been about 5 extra minutes unless there is a reversible lane accident. Is giving drivers back that many minutes worth the losses for the businesses that are inaccessible during those times and the injuries and loss of life that people have experienced? No, it's not. Please vote to end these lanes.
Thank you. We have Gina for virtual, and then I have signed up for virtual, but I believe here in person, Abby Tomich. So Gina, you are next, and then we'll go to Abby.
Hi, my name is Gina Thomas. I live at Camelback and Central. I'm in District 4, and my kids actually go to Rose Lane, which is on 12th Street. So I am crossing the 7s every day when I take them to school, and I pick them up from school. And I take them to school in my car and pick them up from school in the car because it would be completely unsafe for me to send them to school on a bike or by walking because they have to cross the 7s. It's a huge barrier to our community. And what I really hate too, and I'm not going to, this is a unique thing that I haven't heard yet from the hours of other people talking, and I agree with everything that's been said, but my kids witnessing the road rage and just like the inhumanity that this starts creating in people when they're angry, when people are, you know, putting their lives at risk, they're having to see that horrific accidents have happened as I'm driving them to and from school. I hate that they see the rage and the carnage. I see, like everyone does, the near misses when people are turning left. I've seen actual accidents. And I know some people say that if the lane rules were just clearer, the traffic would flow as intended. But in this post-COVID era, where more and more citizens seem to flout basic rules of law with impunity, I don't believe these lanes are ever going to work the way they were intended. They don't now, they never will. And simply, they just create dangerous situations and they divide our community. So please remove these dangerous, archaic, horrific, community-destroying traffic hazards. They don't do what they're supposed to do, and our community has put up with the negative fallout of it for long enough. Thank you.
Thank you. While Abby speaks, if you think you signed up and I haven't called you, if you could tell the clerk in back that you're expecting to speak. As best I know, Abby is our last speaker.
Good evening again, council members. I'm here tonight to urge you to finally abolish the reverse lanes on the 7s. Let's not send this one to a subcommittee. We need to get this done today. These suicide lanes are a dangerous relic. They were designed for a different era, prioritizing commuters going through our community over the vitality and health of local communities and businesses. The data is clear. These lanes have twice the crash rate of comparable roads, are significantly underutilized, and contribute to immense daily delays due to frequent collisions. 5 of Phoenix's top 100 most dangerous intersections are on these corridors. The city's own 2021 study, despite its flaws, acknowledges these lanes don't meet modern federal safety standards. Still, it suggests a minimum of $100 million for an upgrade, money that could be spent on desperately needed bus shelters, bike lanes, accessible sidewalks, stop bars, high visibility crosswalks, and more. Phoenix has evolved. We have light rail, a growing bike network, and more. These lanes stand in direct opposition to our Complete Streets policy and road safety action plan. It's time to stop studying and start acting.
All right, I believe that is all of our registered speakers for item 107. Councilwoman Stark.
Thank you, Mayor. I will tell you, I have driven the reverse lanes for 40 years. I actually drive in the reverse lane. And I don't like driving anymore anyway because the entire city is full of problem drivers, problem streets. It's not just the 7s. And we had talked initially at TIP about the whole issue of the reverse lanes, but I think it's bigger because people will find another way to get to work. And my fear is they'll push to 15th Avenue and 12th Street, which are more residential, and Central, and the threes, where we now have bike lanes. So the credit of Councilwoman Pastor, she said we need to do a more comprehensive study. We need to look at this, excuse me. Most of my constituents support the reverse lanes. If I had asked them to come down to speak, we'd be here at 10 o'clock tonight. So I appreciate your passion, but I think we need data. We did this in 2007.
Councilwoman Stark has the floor.
We did this in 2007. We actually put together a citizen group. And what they found is there's not a lot of head-on collisions. And because the intersections are not being utilized for left turns, they actually become safer. And it does move traffic. Most of the accidents during the rush hour were side swipes. That's people passing lanes. I agree people are more alert when they drive in the reverse lanes, and I think that's a good thing. I think we need to continue the comprehensive study we were doing. We need to have the data. I do agree some things have changed, but I have always lived off of 7th Street. First 7th Street in Maryland, and now farther north off of 7th Street. And I gotta tell you, they're not just speeding in the reverse lanes. They're speeding farther north on 7th Street. They're speeding on Thunderbird. They're speeding everywhere in the city. If anything, I wish we had more motors to help us tame our drivers and tame the road rage. And no one dislikes driving on these streets any more than I do anymore. And it's not just the reverse lanes. But I do think we need to look at this comprehensively. I agree, now we have light rail, but we also have more bike lanes. So I just am never going to support taking away the reverse lanes until we have accurate data. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Robinson.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple different things. You know, I started off when we were talking about the budget earlier, talking about the sincere commitment that Rabbi Levertov talked about. And I see that with this group. And as they were talking, I'm taking notes and I'm looking at the study. I truly appreciate the passion that has been exhibited this evening, simply because it's important to you. It's where you live. I get that. I understand it. I think Chris Collins, he must have left, but this is a conversation he and I had several months ago, and he explained to me that the impact it was having on his businesses. There's another gentleman that asked, somewhat rhetorically, but he asked the question, which one of us or do any of us drive the 7s to get home or come to work? I do, every day. I just take it all the way from downtown up to Missouri, then I go east from there. And as a former police officer, I'm always gritting my teeth. I want to write the tickets. I want to pull the folks over. I see the terrible driving. I get it. I would like to think it's preventable. And, you know, and I know folks don't like to hear this, but I think with more police officers, we can get to that point. That's another issue. That it just is. But what we're dealing with right now is the concerns of everybody with the 7s. My constituents, and we double checked, my chief of staff and I talked about it on the way over here. My constituents in District 6, the ones that I have heard from, are all they're not in favor of changing out the 7s. And their reason being, their biggest reason is that what it will do to their neighborhoods. They feel that it'll throw more traffic into their neighborhoods. So I'm somewhat, I get it, I understand, somewhat perplexed. Like I said, I really appreciate what each and every one of you have said. Mr. Hamish from ASU made the point about cities change, we need to change. I think we get there with a little bit more of a study. And I know that's not what you want to hear, but I am not, based on what my constituents are telling me, I cannot support just doing away with it at this point. I understand what you're saying. I do appreciate it. I respect it. And I think you need to allow us the opportunity, at least from my perspective, the opportunity to look at it a little bit further and see what we can do. Mayor, thank you for the time. I will.
Thank you. Do you want to put that in a motion, or? Councilwoman Hodge-Washington. Councilwoman Hodge-Washington. We'll go to Councilwoman Hodge-Washington and then Councilwoman Pastor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted, I acknowledge that my district is not encumbered with the reverse lanes, but I do have some general questions just to help understand because it is clearly an emotional issue for those that reside in that area as well as those that do not. And whenever you're talking about a significant change, and it's clear that this has been brought up time after time. One of the questions that I really would like to get a little more clarification is, what is this? We had a 2021 study completed, and there were some continuous improvements that were recommended by that study. And I don't seem to have a lot of clarity as to where the status of those improvements are and kind of what the next steps are, which should be, because I think that would help the community as well understand the next steps. So can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Yes, Mayor and Council, that's a great question. So the 2021 study, which was based on the 2018 data, did make some recommendations for increased signage, fiber, and some other improvements along the sevens. We've done some of the improvements as development has come in. So we have 3 of the overhead signs now. And then we have funding in Prop 479 for that, as well as other improvements such as ADA ramps and general infrastructure improvements along the sevens as part of Prop 479.
So thank you for that update. But I think one of the key things I think is missing is a kind of a firm timeline for the community to expect when these revisions or changes would be implemented. It kind of feels like it's been placed on the back burner, and I think what this is intended to do was to elevate this issue for us to say, we've done this. I think there is a little skepticism on any decision to move it to a study or to do anything further, because it feels like those studies are not being, they're not being implemented. They're just kind of sitting on the shelf.
Mayor and Council, given that the Prop 479 money, we haven't started receiving any of that money. The first set of money that the city will be provided is really dedicated to the Indian school revisioning first, since the majority of that corridor is actually on our high injury network. And then the sevens come after that.
So if you had to, I know you kind of just said it will follow in sequential. Do we have an idea of what that sequence would look like? Is that saying that would happen 25-26 fiscal year or 26-27 fiscal year? Can you give some kind of time frame that gives some level of expectations to our members?
Mayor and Council, as it's programmed right now in 479, it would put it outside the 5-year time frame. However, as we work through grants and other things, we'll continue to move those items. So as we get grants and they might pay for more of Indian school, then we can pull things forward.
Okay. Can I finish, please? Thank you. I'm trying to ask them. Okay, thank you. Is there any one of the questions too that popped up for me based on what I've read I won't say read, what I've skimmed in the 2021 report, as well as the comments raised by members of the public. Do we have any updated data that indicates whether or not the accident history is greater in areas with or without the reverse lane?
One of the, Mayor and Council, thank you for that question. So there's a couple things that I can point to. One, the 2021 study noted the 5 intersections that are part of the top 100. The current data shows only 3 intersections, so we are seeing some improvements from that perspective. And one of the things that we're looking at the comprehensive study to look at is some of the things that Councilwoman Stark mentioned. What type of crashes, how do they impact relative to other arterials, because that's not some of the detail that the 2021 study looked at.
So if we were to move forward with the more comprehensive study, if I had to throw out a time frame, can you walk me through the time frame instead of me guessing the time frame for this comprehensive study, like what that would take?
Mayor and Council, that's a great question. We already have a scope of work. It's just being fine-tuned. The plan is to have the consultant on board by September 1st, and options back to tip by fall of 2026.
So options
about
back,
a year.
So options back to tip by fall of 2026, and then what would be the implementation timeframe? I guess what I'm trying to get to, what I hear is the frustration from the community is that this seems to just be a series of studies and implementation and studies and approvals and plans, but no true implementation prioritization.
Mayor and Council, yes, so our plan is that those recommendations would help us form the budget and the timeline for that. Obviously, if it's something like eliminating the sevens, that would have a different budget and timeline as opposed to something that had different types of improvements.
And in the preparation of this because the recommendation here is denying the petition to allow the department to complete to conduct a more comprehensive study. Would that comprehensive study allow for more stakeholder input, such as the community members that are here in drafting the scope of the plan and all things associated with that plan?
Mayor and Council, that's a good question. Yes, I think Councilwoman Pastor is going to talk to that a little bit because we've chatted about that a bit. In addition, it does have outreach to the businesses and the community as part of that plan.
Okay. And can you give me an answer as to why do you believe that we just simply can't remove those lanes as it stands right now?
As we've seen, Mayor and Council, as we've seen in the studies, there's been concerns with increased time through the corridor, as well as cut through into the neighborhoods relative to the taking away the sevens. And so there's a lot of various factors. In addition, when I think Councilwoman Stark mentioned that there was a committee before, it was very split. And so we know that we need more relevant current data to look at to make a solid decision.
Okay, well, I think my question, you said it seems like Councilman Pastor may be planning to touch on it, and since, again, as I've noted, it really, the impact to District 8 is limited, so I will I will turn it over to Councilman Pastor.
Councilwoman Pastor. Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilwoman Pastor. I just have two quick questions. Councilwoman Hodge Washington touched on that on the study on the time frame. I was a little unsure of where to land on this, but I've heard from numerous residents of District 7, even though we don't have the reverse lanes, along Grand Avenue, there's a big impact to traffic. And, I have residents that are business owners and live on Grand Avenue or other areas of the city that are impacted by this. So really curious on, just to confirm, the comprehensive study has started, or the scope of work has started to identify an updated report?
Mayor and Council, yes, we have drafted the scope of work to hire the consultant to do the study.
Okay, thank you for that, Brandy. I want to be very clear that the report that we have that was issued in 2021 looks like was done off data in 2018, which was prior to significant growth that we have seen in the city, especially in that area, right? I think Park Central has seen a 200% increase in residents and population. So I would hope that we can find a way to streamline this to happen, because I am supportive of eliminating the reverse lanes, but I also want to be mindful that we do it where we're not creating unnecessary impact to the residents across the board or businesses. Thank you.
Now, Councilwoman Pastor.
Thank you. No problem. I have no issues of my colleagues asking all these questions, and it affects three districts in the space of the reverse lanes. I do want to say congratulations to Derek. That's a milestone, and now you're going to your next one to accomplish. Before I really say what I have to say, I want to give a little history. In 1980, I moved into my neighborhood. Reverse lanes were in existence then. I learned to drive. I learned to drive on reverse lanes. My kids today are learning how to drive in reverse lanes. The question was asked, do I drive reverse lanes during rush hour? Yes, I do. I live in the neighborhood and I live in between those areas. And I have learned over the years how to manage the reverse lanes in the sense of not using them and moving myself in different parts of that during that time. The other piece is, and someone touched on it, I ran for office in 2007 and lost, but I was mentored, or who helped me during that time was Doug Linger. And I was trying to go back in my memory on the reverse lanes, and he was an advocate of removing the reverse lanes. The situation that he was in is that he didn't have the votes to remove the reverse lanes. Then I ran for office again. I decided to run for office again. And once again, the reverse lanes were part of the district. And at that time, my opponent, I was getting hit hard in the central and the sevens because I would not commit to getting rid of the reverse lanes. My opponent says, I'll get rid of the reverse lanes, boom, boom, boom. And there was a debate back and forth between us, and somebody finally said, what's your issue with the reverse lanes? And my issue says, I don't have an issue with the reverse lanes. I'd be willing to get rid of them, but I don't have 5 votes to get rid of them. So I'm not gonna make a promise that I cannot keep. So to today, we're having this debate, and I don't have the votes to get rid of the reverse lanes. What I do want to tell you is I have worked with a collective, a small collective, regarding the reverse lanes, and we have talked about a comprehensive study, and we have been moving that piece. I also want, in this comprehensive study, is to look at all the growth that has happened within Central and the outside of Central and 7th Avenue, and be able to incorporate what we anticipate to be built. There are 3,000 units that will be built in the next 5 years. That's more people. How will the traffic patterns affect everybody in the neighborhood? So here is my motion, but before I go there, there is a conversation about a 2020 ASU study. There was a 2020 ASU study that was done. It was done by a graduate, and it was never signed off by an engineer. But it does have good data. And I agree with the data because I also worked with Dave Riley, who was able to show me that data. And then from there, I asked staff to work with the group to build a scope for this comprehensive study. And I'm just giving you history of what has been happening and what we've been doing regarding the reverse lanes. What I do want to happen in the study is really the impact of removing the reverse lanes from Missouri to McDowell, because that's District 4. That's also the impact that is happening on Melrose. That's what we heard from the businesses. And that is really where to really look in that core area of what would that look like. My colleagues could still have the reverse lanes within their district, but as soon as they hit Missouri, then we will move into a regular traffic pattern. That's what I would like to see. So my motion is to direct Street Transportation Department to conduct a comprehensive study that will evaluate all traffic impacts from 19th Avenue to 16th Street and McDowell Road and Dunlap Avenue, in particular from Missouri to McDowell. Staff will meet with the petitioner within the next 30 days to obtain specific input on the scope of work for the study. The department will present the findings of the study to City Council Subcommittee by December 2026 for direction on how to proceed with the recommendations. That is the motion.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second from Councilwoman Hernandez. Discussion? Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring. Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Thank you. We have one agendized item next left, and then public comment. For public comment, we have some individuals who would speak first if you are here, but we need to know if you are here. We do not see you. Kahozi, Tony Harris, Kashindi Kabukala, Grigori McPani, Mark Shazer, and Simon Wario. I'm sorry about my pronunciation. If any of you are here, if you would let the clerk know in the back. And now we will go to item 108, which is a citizen petition, and we will begin with Jeremy, the citizen, the person who put the petition forward. Jeremy will be followed by Nicole, and then Stacy.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody staying and hanging in there. It's been a long night. I also appreciate being included in the today's agenda, but I must express some serious concerns with the staff report. Rather than address the core issues raised, land use, equity, resource allocation, transparency, it repeats the same talking points that got us here in the first place. Let's be clear that golf consumes nearly 1,000 acres, up to 20% of parks' developed lands, turf, while serving the city's, by the city's own data, when you look at it by national statistics, less than 2% of residents. 20% of land, 2% of residents. What other department would we allow to have 1 out of every 5 acres serve 1 out of every 50 residents? The report claims golf is self-sustaining, but that only works if you pretend the land is free, ignore the water subsidies of millions of dollars, and forget the $15 million bailout from other parks by selling land. In the real world, no private business could operate a golf course with 1 billion gallons of water and 1,000 acres of land and only break even. And while the report celebrates 427,000 rounds played, it never tells you how many people that actually is. But national statistics do. The National Golf Foundation says that the average golfer plays 20 rounds a year. That means 20,000 to 30,000 citizens are getting exclusive use of 20% of developed parks lands. This isn't about attacking golf. It's about whether this is still the best use of public land and public dollars in 2025. I urge you not to accept the framing in the staff report at face value. Ask questions. You're allowed to right now. Demand data and consider whether we're upholding our values of equity, transparency, and public stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole is next, followed by Stacy.
So my memory runs long on this topic, and before TIP was called TIP, I remember when Councilman Waring was on a similar committee asking similar questions about our municipal golf courses. And so in support of what Jeremy has today, I'm not the subject matter expert as he is, and it's okay, you don't have to look at me right now, but I have some questions. Does Parks consider municipal golf self-sustaining? Would golf still be self-sustaining if it paid even a modest rent or true water cost? No. But but you can answer that. Could a private operator run a course sustainably under those same conditions? How many acre-feet of water does the entire park system use annually, and what is the total cost to parks annually? I mean, to be honest, we're fiscally conservative in a lot of ways. A lot of this advocacy that we're fighting for would actually reduce a lot of the budget constraints that we have. And it's really disappointing when they're not actually being listened to. So here's another question. Is it that approximately 15 to 20% of Phoenix is developed turfed parkland? And lastly, the next three is, can parks identify any other parks program or amenity that consumes as much land while serving so few residents? Would parks agree that golf nationally remains disproportionately white and male? Has the city analyzed the demographics of golf courses used by race, gender, and income? Because we know this amount of land can also be developed for homes, to serve as urban heat space, urban heat mitigation space, where all of us could go and access it, not just a few privileged.
Thank you. Stacy will be our final speaker.
I'm just really hung up on the amount of acreage and the inequity piece, and especially the water piece in the city that has seen an increase in heat deaths year after year, including last year, but that's another story. I don't understand why you guys haven't dug into it. Like, I don't know. I mean, from all of this, especially from the water piece, the best use of space piece, is it serving the public broadly in a way that is, I don't know, that the most people benefit from it? So I think you should ask a lot of questions.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Kim, we have you on the next one. I don't have you for golf courses. Okay, perfect. So I had poor word choice. We have 3 speakers on item 108, but we still have full call to the public. All right, so that concludes testimony on item 108. Councilwoman Stark.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the staff recommendation and deny the petition.
Second. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question for staff. Do we have demographic data that's collected at the city-owned and operated golf courses?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Councilwoman Hernandez. We do not track demographic information for any of our programs, including golf courses.
Okay. Follow-up question on the environmental impact side. Do we have data around those pieces? So water usage, land usage, like any environmental impact side? Do we have data around that?
Councilwoman Hernandez, we do have data in terms of how much water we use and what we pay for water. All of the golf courses use SRP water or well water.
Okay. Can I get that sent as a follow-up?
Absolutely, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Roll call.
Guardado.
Yes.
Hernandez.
No.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring. Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 7-1.
Now we go to the final portion of our meeting, citizen comment, and I'll turn to the city attorney to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. During citizen comment, members of the public may address the City Council for up to 3 minutes on issues of interest or concern to them. The citizen comment session is limited to 30 minutes. The Arizona Open Meeting Law permits the City Council to listen to the comments, but prohibits council members from discussing or acting on the matters presented.
Thank you, and I believe we have 7 comments for this portion. We'll begin with Hill Hernandez, followed by Nicole Rodriguez. I do not see Hill. We'll begin with Nicole Rodriguez, followed by Diane Barker.
right, thank you, Mayor. Just want to mention something here. A question is, how many of y'all have actually stood on this side? I know Councilwoman Ana Hernandez has, and I'm almost certain that Councilwoman Ann O'Brien has. I know at the state level she has. Tonight, I feel that we're very disconnected from one another. So one of the things I came up here to speak about is we need y'all to show up, your staff at least, to show up to the Vision Zero meetings. And they're very infrequent, unfortunately. They're only once every 2 months, and I've gone to every single one. And I've yet to see staff. Well, I believe actually former Councilwoman Yasemin Ansari had staff. But this is something that's so critical. We need y'all there because this information's not coming from them, obviously, to you guys, for one thing. Also, we need council offices in our communities. I don't care if it's a pop-up tent or whatever it is. There is this perception that council members sit in an ivory tower and have this direct, constant access where we have to go through a lot of red tape through security or ask questions about the intent and purpose of us in our public building. But maybe that's for good reasons that I don't know about, but what I'm asking for y'all is to start coming to our communities, have a station placed there so we have better access to you guys. Lastly, what I want to say is we need y'all's help in participating in the National Week Without Driving that's coming up at the end of September, early October. The future is not driving. Yeah, we're getting more development, we're getting more density, and the future is deciding not to drive. So please, consider before that time getting on a bus, meeting the people who don't have time for your town halls and coffee talks. Get on a bus and see what it's really like once you get on and off as a pedestrian, what it feels like to sit in the heat, if you could bear it, for these long, these infrequent, commutes that in the middle of the daytime, you wait at minimum 30 minutes to get on a bus. Do it. I ask, I beg you to do it. These are the people who just don't have time to come to meet you. They're never going to probably be here. So please, in support of when National Week Without Driving comes, think about what it's like to be on the other side of things. And maybe we could get rid of that windshield bias that I consistently hear about. A lot of people aren't making these choices. This is about, the quality of life things that maybe they're subjected to, but those who do make a choice, it's a huge cost saving. It really is, when you can give up driving. So I'll leave it at that, but I am begging you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane is next, followed by Kim Baker.
Good evening, Mayor, and I'll be pretty brief. I have 2 points. One, I want to thank you, Mayor and Council, and Anna Hernandez, I'm in your district, and I really look forward. You seem like you're a very informed woman. 2, the fact that, Mayor Kate, you've put on a very transparent and public active meeting. I wish we could bring Thomas Galvin, who I was at his earlier meeting, and he is suffering from having a big disconnect for not attending to ADA. A woman had to have the fire department come and get her because he wanted her to come to the mic and she was in a disability. He does not allow anybody to come on like you do, Mayor Kate, where you can use the WebEx, although they will allow their officials to come by WebEx. So I want to say that, and I'm very impressed with the knowledge of the public that came in regards to the traffic issues. And now I'm asking you, Mayor, and also our City Manager Barton, and anybody that goes to MAG, is that they need to be more transparent in the public, because there are comments that come in, and I don't go to MAG anymore because I don't agree with this, that we can't hear. The mayors can hear, but we can't hear because they weren't there in person. And if they think that when they just go out on an issue, they usually have a consultant. That's another thing I say. When government wants to just keep on doing studies and they get a consultant, many times they end up not for what the public has said, renowned about the issue, but it's what that was the political idea and the paid consultant. It comes up to be that, and that's the modes. You have just been suggested, and I always think they're incentives, to do something other than the single occupancy car. And this whole thing, even Councilwoman Stark said, when she drives. Then I heard also when I drive. When I'm hearing you guys just always go single occupancy vehicle, except you tell us to be multimodal. I'm asking you to walk the talk, be model, use your modes, and also we've got the worst air quality out in Maryville. I've been out there in the last 2 months several times. It's all cars, although I went on the bus, and yes, it was suggested you need to have more bus shelters there. Thank you.
Kim is next, followed by Stacy.
I have a petition. It's good to be back. April 16th of this year, the Office of the Attorney General sent me this email. They was looking at the citizen petition I had before I had the stroke. It never got finished. So now it needs to be looked at. I sent it this today because they never went through with it. I think Pastor Laura, she voted to go forward, but they never did. Open meeting law violation. Now, I attached and then that word to this petition, and I want the chief who just resigned to be looked at, because this letter was dated April 16th. He left abruptly. Why? Because he didn't want to answer what had happened to me dealing with a biased crime against me. So now he's leaving. Okay, leave, get on out of here. But I want answers because it's wrong. So thank you. I submitted it. I look forward to finding out what has happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacy is next, followed by Devin.
So I'll just use this time for a little bit of transparency from what was said before. One, I was not part of any meetings about a scope. I would love to see that scope. I also don't necessarily trust that it'll be any less biased than the last scope for the last study was, especially because I believe that people who want to see progress, like the just current, well, now former streets director, just kind of get pushed out. So maybe Bloomberg could do the study or somebody else, but I don't think that we as a community have a lot of trust and faith in this kick the can, move the goalpost city. But my councilwoman never messaged me and asked to meet with me about a scope of work for a study. I wouldn't have been supportive for another study because we just had a study. There were people here who were doing this along with me back in 2010. I also just think it's absolutely bonkers that you didn't hear one comment in opposition today. Like if your people and your people are also like so passionate about this, where were they? They could have been virtual, they could have been here, they could have been on the phone. Like, where are all these people? You know, like in every one of those news surveys, it was like 85% wanted them removed, 50% no. So, I mean, I wasn't kidding when I said, like, I can walk away with grace at this point. And personally, I hope that, I don't know, that something can maybe happen, but I do not believe that you're going to have a study that isn't terribly biased like the last one was, because I don't think you guys really give a shit, honestly. I don't. So that's all. Thanks.
Devin is next, followed by Jeremy. Is Devin with us? Jeremy is next.
I'll say anything else I have to say in court. Thanks.
We are adjourned.
Our preschool, Brett Tarver, where many of our students began their learning journeys. And while their building may change, as we see now, what remains is